my fellow Americans, ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country.
And we shall overcome.
Impromptu celebrations erupted outside the White House.
The very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society. And we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings. For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence.
Bud Crawford is a fight fan, and he's a fight fan's fighter.
The Ennis Express is a runaway train!
Ain't no pressure when you built for this.
Man down! Round one! The truth hurts!
Ladies and gentlemen, presenting the undefeated super flyweight from San Antonio, Texas, Jesse Bam Rodriguez! The universally recognized undisputed lightweight champion of the world, Devin the Queen Haney!
Yo, what up, man? Welcome back to another episode of Rockin with Rightside. Once again, this is season 3, episode 4, and we got a special guest tonight. You understand? An individual who I got a lot of love and respect for. I believe we met in KQ chat. I believe it's the first time I ever had a good conversation with the sister. You know what I'm saying? And ever since then, we've been rocking. We've been rocking. She's doing a heck of a job over there with her channel now. She producing fantastic content, very logical. You know what I'm saying? And I got some questions tonight. I got questions for her. And so without further ado, we got to bring my sister up here, man. We got the great one in the building, man. My sister Shawa is in the building. Salute, sis. How you feeling?
Hey, Dove. How you doing?
Man, you know, hey, look, trying to make it through another weekday. That's it. Nothing crazy.
Yes, sir.
What about you? How you feeling?
Mosquitoes been tearing me up, but other than that, I'm all right. Not happy about that.
Are you excited? Because I'm excited right now. I'm excited for this interview right here. I'm really excited.
I don't know yet. We rock.
Here we go. So I want to jump right into it. You know what I'm saying? And as always, I like to get a feel for my guests, for how they came up, how they grew up. First things first. If you don't mind, where are you from? What area? And what was the dynamic like as far as your household went? Did you grow up with both your parents, single parent, brothers, sisters, those type of things? What was your first off, where are you from? Let me break that down.
Okay. So I'm a military brat. I was born in Florida.
Okay.
Fort Walton Beach and Eglin Air Force Base.
Okay.
And we moved to Denver, Colorado when I was a little right before I was 2. And this is where I've been ever since. So I was raised in Colorado.
The Mile High City.
Yes, sir.
They tell me, I done been to Denver one time. They say it's hard to breathe up there. It wasn't that hard when I got it. I'm just be honest. It wasn't that hard to breathe. I think
it's when you start trying to run. And
you start playing sports.
Yeah, but when you go back down to, sea level like that, then you're better than, your lung capacity is better.
Exactly. You're better than, if I go up there and train, then I'm going to come back better than when I left. So I ain't got no problem with it. What was the family dynamic like? Did you grow up with both your parents in the house? Did you have brothers, sisters? What was your family dynamic like?
Okay, so I had both of my parents growing up until I was about 13. My parents separated, and then they got back together and they separated again when I was like 16. So, and I have one brother. He's 10 years older than me.
Okay.
And he's he's retired now, but he went into the military as well. I almost did. But yeah, I have both of my parents.
So when and coming up in Colorado, I'm a Georgia boy, right? I'm from the country. I'm from the straight country. So I even just visiting Colorado Denver the one time I visited, and I only was there for a layover. So I'm just be honest, I ain't get a real chance to visit. I was there
when was that?
Oh man, this was in 2018, I believe. It was my partner. He had his bachelor party in Vegas, and one of the groomsmen is from Denver, and so we kind of set it up where we could fly in, have a layover. I think our layover was like 10 hours or something like that. So we spent that 10 hours just kind of running around the city. You know what I'm saying? His partner came and picked us up. We got something good to eat from another one of his partner's mother. And then we just, we acted a fool like that, smoked a little weed.
They
had something like that called Moon Rock. I was like, I don't even know what this is right here. I tried it one time. I'm looking around like, wait, I done been here before. I said, I don't need none of that in my life ever again. I don't need it ever again. So
many strands of that.
Yeah. But what growing up in Denver, what was that like as a child? You know what I'm saying? School-wise, neighborhood-wise, did y'all have a real community as far as neighborhood goes? I know you said you're a military brat, so you probably grew up on base some.
No.
Okay.
I think they lived on base. I would have been too small to remember that, but I actually grew up in a home that my husband's aunt purchased after we moved out, and she just passed away. She was living there. The house I grew up in until I was about 8. So I lived in a black community called Montbello. Matter of fact,
that's where Jerron is from, Montbello. On everything I love, he's from.
Okay, because we have like 3 major black communities, and then there was other areas with like a smaller black communities, but like people don't know, but Denver actually, and I see Zoomverse talking about Colorado Springs, Colorado. Well, not gonna say Colorado, Denver and Colorado Springs, but mostly Denver has like historic black communities. So my high school was all predominantly black. As a matter of fact, Joy Reid went to the same high school as me, and I don't like the heifer, but
you talking about the anchor from what's she from? She's from MSNBC? No, she's from
MSNBC.
Yeah, I can't stand Joy Reid. Well, she used to be over there. But I think they fired her.
Yeah, they did. Let me stop it. Yeah, like I went to a all black high school. My elementary, my middle school was predominantly black.
So, coming up, what type of student were you? Were you a good student?
Yeah.
Or were you a troublemaker like me?
I did not get in trouble till my senior year, and that was craziness. No, I was a good kid. I never had a referral till my senior year.
Can we talk? We got to talk about what happened.
I went off on the math teacher for not teaching math. He was talking about his wife, and I was like, "Dude, this ain't what we here for. Nobody want to hear about you and your wife." And then he sent me to the office. And my mom didn't care. I was a good kid. Now in school.
Now, outside, that was the second thing. So the neighborhood outside of school, hey, as kids, we love to be outside. What was that like for y'all being outside?
I mean, actually,
what was that like?
It was good. When I turned about 15, because that was the 90s, and that's when I got involved with gangs.
Okay.
I was a little blood.
Wait a minute. My sweet sister, you weren't gang affiliated.
I was gang banging, yeah.
Okay. How did that come about?
Probably the company I was keeping, because like the girl that both of us got involved at the same time, but I grew up with her, because actually As a small child, I went to a private school. And again, I was predominantly black because it was right in my bellow. But I knew her ever since then. And when I told you I lived in that house till I was 8, and when we moved, well, she lived on that block. And she was a thug before we was even gangbanging. She was like pulling out on people in the bus, and like, you know,
Like that.
she was like that. she was like that. She was crazy.
You had a real one in your corner, huh?
Yeah, but I think I balanced her out because I've always been kind of like this. I balanced her out.
You were more
her down
you were more even tempered with it. So you kept her out of trouble, but
I'm more
still
the
kind of fell into trouble.
Up and listen and watch people, and if my homegirl was getting a little bit out of control, I wasn't trying to go to jail ever because my mom let me know off top, like, look,
we're not coming to get you.
Yeah, and my mom don't play. She don't play to this day. Like, she never played with me, so I never played with her. So, yeah, I was doing dirt, but I was trying to be responsible.
Smart about
it. Right? Yeah, I did a lot of stuff that, you know, I probably shouldn't.
Hey, look, it happened to the best of us. It happened to the best of us. So, so I want to ask, what outside of her, was there something that you found as far as that lifestyle goes? Did you find family, community, people that you can resonate with, those type of things? Because I hear a lot of times individuals who end up joining gangs, they were looking for something else in life, and that's kind of where they found it at. Is that how you were, or was it just kind of a random situation for you?
Maybe random, because I did not grow up. I grew up middle class, right? I did not grow up in a poor household. Again, I had both of my parents. I did like ballet, tap, and jazz for years. Like I was in drill team. We do parades. Like I didn't grow up like that. And tell the truth, she didn't either. But she lived with her grandparents, so she was a little different. And her parents were actually incarcerated through her childhood. So, you know, it was just, again, it was the company I was keeping. And I knew all along, like I said, I always had a level head, and I really was not trying to get in trouble with the law. So when we was doing dirt, you know, I was lucky that I didn't get caught. Let's just say that, for the stuff that I did. But
what was your brother? Is your brother older or younger than you?
He's 10 years older than me. You
said 10. Okay, so was he involved in any of those type of activities at that time?
No, and he grew up in the 80s, right? So, because I'm an old lady. I'm not old, but I'm an older lady, you know. So he grew up in the 80s. Jerry Curl, you know, he was in the band, and he went to the military right out of high school, literally, like, yeah.
So when you turned probably 7, 8, he was on the way to the military.
I was 8. He was on his way he lived in Colorado Springs with his new wife and her child, and yeah.
What branch?
The military, Army. He's the Army. My dad was the Air Force.
Hey, shout out to the Air Force, man. You know, Warner Robins, the second largest Air Force base in the nation, man. So I got respect. I got a lot of respect for Air Force individuals, but I got a lot of respect for the military in general. You know what I'm saying? You putting your life on the line, doing those type of things. So when you finally became, or you're going through high school, first off, you said you did tap, jazz, and ballet. So you got footwork out here. What you telling me?
I used to want to be a choreographer when I was little. You know, that was my aspiration.
Were you good?
I was a teenager. Yeah.
Okay. Hey man, what did you enjoy more? Tap out of the three. What did you enjoy more?
I loved it all. I just love dancing. Absolutely. Okay. No matter. I mean, what I love the most is obviously just being myself and freestyling, but I have a respect for all of those different forms and arts, period. So, yeah.
What was the most difficult, especially, I done seen, and I say it respectfully, I see ballet individuals, people who doing ballet with the shoes and on the toes.
I didn't get that far. I did not get that far in ballet to where I had to jack up my toes. No. No. But none of it was difficult. It was all easy because I could dance. Like my parents were like ballroom type dancers. Like, you see people swinging and on the floor. Like that was my mom and my dad. And my brother is a very good dancer. Like we were a dancing family.
So it all came natural.
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. So when you're making this transition from ballroom, first off, do you remember the age that you stopped being a part of ballroom, tap, jazz? Did it all happen at once? Did it happen in pieces?
No, because the company that I was with, they did all that together. So when I went from dancing, then I transformed into drill team. So I was probably like 10. And like I said, we were doing parades then, and because again, Colorado has a Black community. We celebrated Martin Luther King. They had a big parade every year, full of Black people. And my mom, my dad was in the shrine. He wasn't a Shriner, but he was in some type of Masonic temple, and they were doing their thing. And like, it was about 10. And then we even went out of state with the drill team and stuff. Like it was fun. It was fun growing up. Till I got involved in that.
That was an avenue for you to kind of move and get to see different things, be a part of different things as well.
Shout out to my mom.
So if you had, real quick, and I don't want to get too deep into it, but if you had to describe your mom, your dad, I know you said they kind of split up, got back together, split up. We see that happen. But if you had to describe who your mom was, and clearly a no-nonsense individual, but if you had to describe her and y'all relationship back then, not today, because I think relationships change over time, but how would you describe it as a child, you and your mom, and then you and your dad's relationship?
I was a daddy's girl. So I'll start with my mom. I wouldn't say she was strict, but she was very firm. She never spanked me. No nonsense. Like my mom never had to put hands on me, but I had a fear of my mom. Like, you know what I mean? She wasn't the most like loving, huggy, but I knew that she loved me, and she was very expecting of a lot, and she still is to this day. So
she held you to a standard.
Absolutely.
So
did I meet that standard? I don't know. I don't know that I can.
Pretty sure you did.
I'm like a free spirit, but like she's not proud of me. I put it like that.
I'm pretty look. You may not have met it to the exact T that she was looking for, but like you said, she's proud of you, and I'm sure that she realized, hey, okay, we did it the right way as far as raising her. You know what I'm saying?
I think, she only lives like not even 10 minutes away. She's up the road. My dad, he was the one because of the way he grew up, a country boy, very strict.
What is he from? Florida?
Alabama.
Okay. He right there by. He definitely from what part of Alabama, if you don't mind?
Wetumpka.
Who?
Wetumpka. It's northeast of Montgomery. It's not far from Montgomery at all.
Okay. I don't know. I've never heard of Wetumpka, me personally, but
it's the casino there and everything. It's there.
It's an Indian reservation or something?
We man, okay, yeah, I believe it is. I don't know, but we could talk about that later because I sure believe it is because of what the governor said.
Okay.
But yeah,
We're gonna get to a lot of different topics tonight. So
it's
we
the
you
whole
know.
thing about that. Yeah.
So
But no, he was strict. He was strict, but very loving. Obviously, like I said, I was a daddy's girl. Some of my fondest memories. My dad was my best friend. You know, he passed away in 2011. He's my best friend. I miss my dad dearly. Yeah, he was a very cool dude, very funny. And my mom was too. I mean, both of them were just very down to earth people, to be honest and realistic. You know, throwing house parties like they were good people. I mean, people will tell me that they love my parents, you know, and it's like, okay, they're good people, and they put me around good people as well as far as their friends. So I grew up around real good people.
that's good.
Good
That's
black
good.
people.
Good black folks. Good black. Hey, like Big Man used to always say, hey, those the good black folks over there. Now that's who you need to be around. That's
I mean,
Big
you
Man
know,
used to
adults
do.
was doing adult things, and I knew because I was a little kid that was in people business. But yeah, they were still good people though, and they all had good influence on me. I will say that.
That's a good thing though. That's a good thing to grow up in that type of environment, especially back then. I want to ask after, and so you get through. First off, were you in high school A student outside of cussing your math teacher out?
No, I was like a B. I'm trying to think. At some point, C. You know, just depends. I do feel like a lot of the times I wasn't challenged, but I'm like a B, C plus, sometimes A minus type student.
Yeah.
There's no way in hell I was bringing home no D or a F. A C, I was already getting a side eye, you know. But they weren't like uber strict, but they didn't have to because I wasn't a bad kid and I wasn't a bad student.
Right. Now I ain't gonna lie to you. I used to be scared. C's. If I bring C,
I heard your story. I'm like, I felt for you. I'm sorry.
hey, I be so scared, man. I be nervous. Look, then hit my report card and everything. I didn't had to go through it. And it was just you don't want to disappoint, and you don't want to disappoint people. And when they have, you know, a level has been set, certain things are expected. You know what's expected of you. You know what I'm saying? So when you fall short of it, man, it's hard as a kid to really come back. Well, not really to confront and go ahead at your parents and say, man, this is what happened. Nah, what happened is I ain't apply myself. I ain't apply myself. That's what happened. I ain't apply myself. You be nervous out there. But so after high school, did you go to college?
Okay, so out of high school, I did go to college. But I did not finish college. I went to art school, and within my second year, I had already had one child, and I was on the way to having my second child.
Okay.
So no, the cost of it and the kids, you know, me and my husband just couldn't swing it no more.
Now, well, first off, let me take a step back then. So when did you meet your husband? I know you were saying that his uncle.
Okay, the summer after I graduated, I met my husband.
Okay, the summer after you graduated. So y'all didn't know each other before that?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
No, I met him through a lady that I grew up with, and she's much older than me. She's probably like 12 years older than me.
Mm-hmm.
And this is my mother's friend's daughter. And, you know, when I was young, she would watch me. You know, I'd stay with her. And then as I got older and became a teenager, even when I was going through the gangbang and stuff, her name is Tina, you know, I would go be around Tina and hang around her. And, you know, we do stuff like go out. She He got me into clubs when I shouldn't have been there, that type of stuff. But he lived around the corner from her, and he would always pass by. And one day I was just like, "Who is that? Who's that?" That's how I met him. She introduced me to him.
Okay. So, how long have you and your husband been together?
27 years, I think it's going on.
That's a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Look, it ain't always easy, but you can't find 27 years out here no more. You can't find that.
No, it's not supposed to be easy though. It's supposed to be work in my mind, and I thought so before I got married. I thought that's what I'm signing up for, and that's what we gonna do. So here we are.
That's what we still doing. I ain't got no problem with it. So you get out of high school, going into college, and you have your first child. First off, how many children do you have?
So I have 4. I have 2 girls first, and then I had 2 boys.
Okay. Oh, man, hey, good luck. Well, you done made it through the hard part.
They're adults now.
Yeah, I was gonna say you done made it through the hard part. You good. I got one. I'm still scared to have a daughter. I don't want to have to kill nobody. And so I just be honest with it.
You don't really get to control what you have. You might try again to have a boy. Because we was trying to have the boy first. And, hey.
So, just when you're going through that situation, you're in school, you got your first child. You know what I'm saying? Well, first off, how old were you when you got married?
19. I had my first daughter already.
Okay. So you had your first daughter at 18?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Then a year later, y'all get married. You in school. What's the dynamic like trying to balance that? The going to school, you're doing it with the arts. You got a baby there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, okay. So it was rough, but luckily I did. His mother and father. So I had family. I didn't have to do the daycare thing. His mother and would watch the girls, my first daughter. And, and I also had a little part-time job. Like it was rough. It was rough. And he at the time was a sheriff deputy.
Oh, okay.
So he had a good job and stuff, but the cost of living in Colorado is high. It was high then, it's high now. So it was rough coming out of high school for me. Yeah.
Right. Okay, so you have your first daughter. Now you got the second one on the way. Mm-hmm. You in school, you're like, we got to make a decision now. We got to make a decision. And we got children now, so we got to move this thing forward, right? What did it look like trying to move the whole family situation, the family dynamic with you and your husband, having 2 young daughters at that time? What did that look like trying to move forward and saying, all right, we got to start the plan so we can have, we can put a good life together for these young ones right here?
Well, at the time, it was just me staying in school. But as time went along, again, that money got tight with the job. And it was just stressful as well because I was the only black kid in college. That was rough in design. And as time was going on, I was finding that there were not a lot of black people doing interior design. So, it kind of made it a little bit easier to get out. Yeah, it was a tough time. And then ended up being pregnant again and, having a little beef sometime with a couple of them teachers. So, it was just my life.
Man, you went from having beef with the math teacher to having beef with your
yeah, but the thing is I didn't, with the teachers in particular, it's not like something that I started. I was just trying to get through school. It just is what it is. If again, being the only little black face sometimes in certain places, it's not always.
So it had to be because you said multiple times so far. coming up in your community, you was in a black community. You know what I'm saying? School, all your schools majority black. Even the
high schools and elementary. You know,
right. But then you go to college, and now you the only one there. It got to be somewhat of a culture shock.
It wasn't. It wasn't totally, because my parents, obviously, just like I talk to my children about the world. And I had started working when I was like 15. So I had been working around those people. You know, I was not dumb to racism. We'll just say that. Okay. I wasn't dumb to the fact of how life is for Black people and how sometimes you are treated differently. So, because I had experienced that already within the workforce. And even in going to college, I had worked for a credit union. I told you I worked part-time.
Right.
And I experienced stuff there. Like, it's just, I don't want to say it's normal. Hold on, let me pause real quick. My son's got to go to work. He's getting some.
No, you good. You good. You good. And tell him we said shout out to him as well. Shout out to the brother, man. Respectfully. And it's so interesting, y'all. When she's going through this, and I'm gonna say this because I gotta ask this question right here. I gotta ask. So, hey, is the young brother good though? Is he good?
My son?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tell him we said what's up, man. Tell him, hey, Bill Rightside said what up. What up, bro? I don't know if he hear me.
He said what up, bro. He's just over here smiling. Smiling. Have a good day at work.
Hey, be safe out there, man. Be safe. But
ego.
No, that's a great
He's
thing.
He's a shy guy. So
that's always so, man, I having that understanding, and this is when you say that this is the 90s time frame. So
going into the 2000s, yeah.
Okay, so 90s going to the 2000s.
Yep.
Okay.
Actually, it probably would have been 2000. I graduated high school in 96, so yeah, it was going into the 2000s for sure.
Okay. Well, we ain't that far apart. We about 10 years apart. So, trying to make that transition and seeing, because like you said, you had experienced racism to some degree at least. But you know, this is supposed to be the time that, man, it ain't racism supposed to be done fell out the window. It ain't really supposed to be like that. But it is.
Yeah. I always knew better though.
Say it again.
I said no, I always knew better. It didn't go nowhere. My mindset then was, it's just something people do behind closed doors, but then there's times when it leaks out and it affects your life. Like, nobody ever called me out my name, but, you know, opportunities, you know, weren't given to me because of, and just, man, just some other stuff. Like, these people be off the chain out here. That's all I can say.
They be wilding out here, man. They be wilding.
Yeah. I mean, you know, just evil stuff. They wicked.
We talking about that tonight. We gonna you know we getting into it, the evilness and the wickedness of it. You know how we are. Yep. So now you progress. You got your two daughters. Well, first off, how far are all your kids apart from each other as far as age goes?
So the girls are 1.5 years apart.
Okay.
And then between the girls and the boys is 4 years. And then the boys are 1.5 years apart.
Did y'all plan that?
No.
Y'all did just kind of happen.
We was just having kids until I was like, I don't want to say that. I did, yeah. The fourth one was like kind of like, and that's when I was like, we got to fix something. Somebody got to fix it.
Something got to get tied up around here. Something got to get tied up.
Yeah, we have no more of these babies now.
All right, so y'all coming up, and y'all still in Colorado at this time, right? Always been in Colorado.
Yeah,
always been in Colorado.
Ain't nothing ever changed. Cut it out because
Picasso out of order. He out of order already, man.
Okay.
That's what. Hey, shout out to my brother Picasso, man. Real quick, shout out to everybody in the chat, man. We got Picasso in the chat, man. My brother D Free is in the chat. Dank Father is in the chat. My brother Crush the Legend, Marky Dan the Historian, Zoomverse, BVO. You know what I'm saying? The people coming out to show you love. You know, they coming to show love. So
blessings to all y'all. Salute.
We appreciate it. We appreciate it.
I appreciate it.
So now you start to move forward. You have your two daughters. You say, okay, I can't keep going to school. Got to step away, and now we got to really start to grind. What did that grind look like for you and your husband before? And when I say that, he's working as a sheriff deputy. You're going, and when you leave school, you go and what type of jobs did you start to have then? I know you worked at the credit union earlier, but what did you start to do after that?
After that, I did security for a little while, and that was tough because he worked overnights. I worked swing shift. That was so we didn't have to have no babysitter.
Right.
But we were missing each other. And ultimately, a lot of stuff was happening in my house to where I was like, look, no, I was something I had to give because, I mean, my baby cut her hair and it because he was tired when he got off, right? So, yeah. So, no, I ended up working at Home Depot.
Okay.
For a while, a long while.
What did you do at Home Depot?
I just started out as a cashier, and then I ended up being a supervisor for cashiers before I left.
You ran the front end, man. Hey,
yeah.
If you can run the front end, I ain't gonna lie to you. One of the toughest things to do in retail is running the front end.
I didn't have no problem with it. No, I had a problem with it. I just must have a problem with authority. I had a problem with some of the people over me. I mean, I never got in trouble, never got written up, but a lot of people was lazy. I mean, I was fixing machines, and I didn't feel like I should have to did all that because that was not my job description. But me and the girls and guys that the cashiers I got along fine with all of them. I don't think nobody ever had an issue with me. I've made some good friends out of that actually.
Oh no, you'll be somebody I want to work for. I ain't got no. You'll be one of them managers for me. You know what I'm saying? I don't work for a lot of people, so when you run across people with good personalities, you can tell, and you can see. I kind of know if I'm gonna get along with you when I meet you. I kind of know what the dynamic's gonna be.
All you had to do is follow the rules, because I do that.
Just be in order. That's it. Like we said, just be in order.
Operating procedure. That's because I did it and I tried to lead by example.
Yeah. Look, don't let the register come up short. That's it. Don't let the register come up short.
I never had that issue. I never had that issue. So none of my people never had that issue, thank goodness. Because I think they like me.
You're a very likable person. Sometimes. Until we see the other side, I guess. That's what we go until we see the other side.
I don't really have an other side. I just, this is it.
So then life continues to progress, right? And you have your two sons.
Mm-hmm.
Now you got 4 children in the house.
4 children in the house.
I'm just gonna tell you, 1 child in the house for me. Sometimes I'll be ready to pull my hair. That's just 1. So I can only imagine what 4 is like. I can only imagine.
Actually, I have very good kids. I didn't have no crybabies. We didn't do pacifiers. Like, man, I think I was blessed in that respect. I didn't have no little sickly babies.
I didn't do pacifiers.
No.
Man, listen, I had a pacifier until I was almost 3 years old. Only reason I had to get rid of it because I threw it out the car window. And my mama said, that's the last one. That's the last one right there.
My grandbaby now, yeah, she's a pacifier baby. And I'm just like, dude, you gonna toss that thing. It's gonna come up missing.
How many grandchildren do you
I
have?
only got 1.
Only 1?
Only got 1.
How old?
4 months. She's an itty bitty.
Oh, she on your she on your helmet though. She gonna be on your helmet. She ain't gonna have y'all wrap around the thumb.
Like my kids was. I just
Oh, y'all spoiler, don't you?
I don't. But she's acting like she is. She just came out boisterous, and she's still like a screamer. Like I didn't have none of these things. The worst thing my kids would do, they would not go to bed at night, and my kids did not take naps. They did not take naps, and they would not go to bed at night. 3:00 in the morning, you be hearing giggling. I mean, I think that's kind of normal when you got little people like that. But
and naps were mandatory. You better take a nap. Matter of fact, lay your butt down, and I'll see you in an hour and a half. That's how Big Man used to talk to you.
No, I know it was for me too, but no, they didn't. But they didn't cut up. They didn't break nothing. They didn't tear my house. I had good kids.
Still got good kids. Still got. You ain't have. You have.
When they were children, when they were small, they were good. They're still good children. Yes.
So, I want to move forward on that though. So then, the kids start to get older. You and your husband, because I know you drive or y'all have a trucking business now. Mm-hmm. And want to talk a little bit. How did y'all get into? And what time frame did that become a part of? Okay, we're gonna start doing our own thing, trucking, that type of thing.
So I had stopped working at Home Depot for a little bit, and I went and I was doing like a mail sorting job, right? That's when my dad passed, and I went and first he was just sick, and I went and I was gonna stay with him because he was terminal. He had cancer and a lot of other stuff going on. He lived in San Antonio. Mm-hmm. So I went for a month and lived with him. And, me and my husband talked about it, and he's like, you just stay there until, he passes or whatever. And I'm like, cool. So this was in November. So I stayed all of November 2011 with him. December, I didn't celebrate Christmas then, but my kids did. So we talked about it, and I said, okay, I'm gonna go back to the house and be with them for just the month of December. And during December, my brother and his new wife were gonna go down there, and he was gonna buy a computer because when I went back, I was gonna do schooling and stuff. But when my brother got down there, he passed. And so, I ended up going back down there. We had to close all his affairs and move all the stuff out of his house and all this stuff. And then I came back here, and we were renting at the time. And I did get insurance money from my dad. And we decided then, we said, look, because my husband did not want to be a sheriff deputy no more. It was very stressful. He felt like he was babysitting grown men, he would always say. And he was just stressed out. And I had, to be honest, when I was 18, I had passing thoughts. I was like, man, what would it be like to be a truck driver? That was back then. So then his brother was driving trucks. So we said, look, we're going to get this house built, and we are going to go to school, and we'll get some people, the family, to help us with the kids while we go to school. And we did. We both went to school. It was about 3 months out, 3 months away from the kids. And we both went and finished it.
So y'all got to experience, or y'all got to learn the whole system of truck driving, that type of thing, together.
Yeah, well, the training, we had separate trainers.
Right.
That's a whole freaking story. If there's any truck drivers in the chat, if there's something wrong with my dog. I don't know what that was. I never heard that one. Okay, so yeah. If there's any truck drivers in the chat, they know. If you went to one of them stupid schools, and that's a whole experience in itself. But we had separate trainers, and then we ended up coming back to each other after training.
So, and because you said, what was truck driving school like? like I have a couple cousins who drive trucks. You know what I'm saying? Those type of things. I done asked very similar questions. I get very different answers though. I get very different answers.
So I had a chick named Jean. Jean was about 5'2" and 300 pounds. And we did not vibe. Like, she didn't like me and I did not like her. So I had a little extended stint in school because they had to get me another trainer because she ended up putting me out her truck, which is cool. I'm still cool with that to this day because she's nasty. Jean, wherever you are, yeah, she's nasty.
Jean, if you're listening,
she couldn't drive for
we just saying you might need to find a different profession, Jean.
And they had her as a trainer. I was like, this chick can't even back up a truck, dude. I was talking her through, like, it was just, that was a nightmare. But I ended up getting a new trainer named Shaki, and he was a very good truck driver, very good trainer, and I made it through. My husband was lucky enough to have one, but dude, he was just foul and left him in the truck. Like, it's crazy out there. These people are crazy. I'm just gonna say that. People are crazy.
But it sounded like overall, it wasn't the best time, but it was still a decent time. It was decent.
It was the means to an end, which is like the story of my life. Sometimes it was to get from point A to point B.
Yeah. So, first, how long have y'all been driving? And you said this was in...
That was... By the time we moved out and when we had this house built, it was 2014.
Okay.
So it's been
11
years.
Yeah. What do you enjoy? Because, like I said, I talked to my cousins and I asked this question. I'm like, man, what do y'all enjoy about it? I always hear different answers. Matter of fact, one of my cousins now, he used to do cross country trucking, and he did his best. Now that he got kids, he's found a certain route between Atlanta and Savannah that he drives on a regular basis now. And so, what did you enjoy, or what do you enjoy about trucking?
Well, now, because starting out, obviously you're driving for companies,
right?
And again, we had kids here at the house that our family was taking care of. So that was really hard. That was tough. And because they want you to stay out. These companies be wanting you to be out for months at a time, weeks. Mm-hmm. And we was like, we can't do that. We could do a week out and then we need to be back to the house for a week, right?
Right.
Ultimately, what ended up happening is we went through a couple of different companies. We got to, I can't remember if that was Knight or, it was some company, man. But look, they wanted me to go take a drug test. And I was like, dude, I'm right around the corner from my house. I need to go take a shower before I go to anybody's damn drug test office. And he was like, no, you got to go right now. And I was like, I need to go take a shower before I go. And I was like, and then I'll go. So they let me go, but my husband stayed on. So during that time, I found out how to get your own authority, and I started getting that working because we had saved up money anyway.
Hold on real quick. And for those who don't know, I've heard of this before, getting your own authority, but break that down as far as what that means.
So basically, companies and individuals, in order to drive, you have to have an operating authority to be on the road as a truck driver. It's very intensive and extensive. Truck driving is already with all the goddamn books and manuals and shit, but basically that's it. You have your authority to operate a company or just your vehicle as the owner operator, which means you can make yourself for hire. You can contract yourself to people. If you build a company, you can contract your company, or you as a company, if you have the connections, you know, you can have trucks out there on the road. It's just the ability to operate in the U.S. on these dang roads that we pay a hell of a lot of money to drive on. It's expensive, man. It's crazy out here. But yeah, that's what it is. It's freedom. To be honest with you, it's freedom. It's the ability to have your own truck and trailer and pull stuff when you want to, not be out there for weeks and months at a time. If that's not what you want to do, some people are okay with doing stuff around their city, the state, regional, you know.
Yeah. I always ask because I know my cousin, he always tell me it's a lot of money in logs, right? And when he mainly pull logs. That's more or less what he does now.
Well, not with that type of the logging truck, but yeah, we've been to pumping places.
But he always, the thing he always says is it took him a second to find his lane and what he really wanted to tow, what he wanted to pull, who he wanted to work for.
Yep.
And then got his own truck, that type of thing, and started being able to more or less be in more control. It seemed like, and I say no disrespect whatsoever. I'm saying this, not disrespectful at all, but it seemed like you're kind of the brains of the operation as far as getting you and your husband getting y'all business. Go ahead.
I wouldn't say I'm the brains. It's just it was filling a spot, a necessity. I mean, and it was just, you know, the saying, when one door closes, another one opens, right? That's basically what it was. We ultimately, obviously, wanted to have the ability to be owner operators. It just happened to be that incident of him letting me go for not going to get the drug testing, it just pushed me to take a step. While he stayed out there, it was about 3 months that, you know, he was out there and I stayed at home. I figured out everything we needed to do to get everything going. Like I said, we had saved money, so, you know, once he came back, the company, it was Schneider. That's the one that let me go. I had to think about it because we drove for a few different companies, but we figured out, you know, how to get a vehicle, a used truck. And he was already mechanically inclined because his dad was a mechanic. So, you know, as a married couple and as a team, like, we just put our heads together. So I definitely would never take all the credit because my husband, he's very intelligent and, you know, very brilliant, good with his hands. And
And shout out to Mr. I'm gonna call him Mr. Shawa in this situation, but shout out to the great brother. Only because I don't know his name. That's the only shout out to that great brother, man.
Let's call him D. He D.
Hey, shout out to Mr. D, man. Salute to him. Salute to him, man. I want to ask this. I want to ask because, and the people want to know. The people want to know. Well, I want to know. I'm gonna just say me. I ain't gonna blame nobody else. I'm gonna blame. Were you gonna pass the drug test?
Yeah.
Okay.
But,
We good.
Let me just let you know something. I started smoking, I think, when I was 18. No, I started smoking before I was 18. And at the time, to be honest, like, I passed every drug test. I could tell other people how I did it.
Okay.
I passed.
Not on this show. Not on this.
I was just thinking, I could tell people if they want to know. I could tell you how I passed them. I passed hair follicle tests. At that time, I think I probably was still smoking. I would have passed the drug test. That wasn't an issue.
Yeah. I
didn't want to go to no dang place smelling like a truck driver. Like, you know what I'm saying? That was the deal. So
I'm a lady at the end of the day. I got you. I ain't mad at you.
Yeah. But again, it was just a blessing in disguise. You want to let me go? Okay. That's fine. And we've been trucking, doing all kind of different stuff ever since. But now it's even better. go out Sunday and we get back Tuesday and we making enough money to live and be happy,
No, I ain't mad at it. I ain't mad at it.
Get to a place, man.
So I want to ask, and since we brought up Mr. D, man, I got to ask, man, if you had a chance to describe your husband.
Oh, Lord.
Well, we got to ask. You ain't got to answer. You ain't got to answer. But how would you describe him? How would you describe your husband?
Again, I would say very smart, good with his hands, very good with children, patient, kind, helpful. We're married, so obviously
I can't say too much
living with
about
people that get on your nerves. I love him to death, but he's a whole opposite, another individual. So, but no, he's really a good man.
That's a good thing. That's a good
absolutely.
thing. Hey, happy for y'all, man. I'm really happy for y'all. So, and I'm when it came down, last thing about truck driving, last thing about it. Was there anything when you look back at it today? Hindsight is always 20/20, right? When you look back at it today, would you change anything as far as the way y'all set y'all company up, what y'all are doing now? Would you change anything about it?
The only thing I would change is not being so nice to the people we work with and saying no sometimes earlier on, because we've taken losses from doing that, and we didn't have to. And at the end of the day, there was no reciprocity for us giving of ourselves when we had our loss. Like, we lost the truck helping people when we didn't have to, and they left us out there. You know what I'm saying? We were stuck in the middle of nowhere, Utah, and nobody, nothing, so. But that goes with the territory, I guess, when you are you're employed with yourself.
Good luck in Utah. Good luck in Utah.
Well, it took about 3 days to finally get up out of there, because the place didn't have no bus stops, no car rental place. Like, yeah.
The middle of nowhere. It's Utah. I'm just saying. I say that respectfully.
Actually, I love Utah, though, but yeah.
Do you?
Yeah, it's beautiful to me.
No, I think the scenery is probably beautiful.
Yeah, I don't love the people.
The people. I was just about to say the people. That's a whole nother conversation.
They ain't my people. They ain't my people. But I love the land across America. America is a very beautiful country. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So I want to double back and kind of get to some boxing. How did you fall in love with the sport?
This was recent, to be honest. Now, as a kid, my family always, probably like a lot of Black families, watched boxing. As a little person, as a teenager, but I was a girl doing girl things, so I really didn't care. But I would watch, if big fights come on in the house, everybody, I'm watching. But and my husband has always watched. He was always buying fights, and a lot of times I sit up there and watch with him, and we talk about it. But it was still never really an in-depth thing until, because he's always telling me, "Oh, go check this out, go check that out." So one day he says, "Go watch this fight," and I was like, "Who?" And he's like, "George Foreman and Ron Lyle," and I was like, "All right." So I go watch it. And I'm like, damn, that was a good fight. And he was like, man, Ron is from Colorado. And I was like, for real? So, I just happened to go look up Ron Lyle. And I don't know. I think it was just the bug that bit me. It was that fight.
It's crazy. I always say Mike Tyson was the bug that bit me. Growing up, the Tyson fight parties was like the Super Bowl.
That's true.
And so,
girl, I was just like, yeah.
well, for me, it's like, man, I get to stay up late for the Super Bowl, and now I get to stay up late for the Tyson party. It's a party over here. My stepdad got the fight. We got the big screen. Oh, it's a party right now. Look, Tyson knocked somebody out. I'm jumping on my uncle back. You know what I'm saying? Like,
good time, huh?
It's just a good time. You know what I mean?
I told you, I came from a partying house. Like my parents, if it wasn't no fights. They was just partying because they was in social clubs and stuff. So,
back that was back in the day. That was back in the day when you had card parties. Folks don't even have cards.
That's what it was. They be down there, cards, dancing. They have club meetings that turned into parties.
Absolutely.
I just remember that as a kid. Food. I remember sitting at the top of the steps asking, "Can I come downstairs?" And then they, okay, come on. And then they making you do your dances. And
oh yeah, you dancing for the crowd now. You dancing for the crowd. You absolutely.
Man, look, it's a lot of stuff. My dad is giving me moonshot. Like, man, yeah, we used to have fun. We used to have fun.
So boxing. Well, let me ask this. So, your favorite fighters, now we understand Ron Lau has to be one of them. No, he's not.
He's not my favorite. I don't have.
I ain't saying a favorite. Not one specific. Some of the individuals that you enjoy watching more than others. Let me put it that way. Who and not today, because we're gonna get to today, because I got some questions about today's boxing. But some of the older school guys,
say like older fighters. I don't. Not to, I don't want to jump ahead of you, but I don't have none of old or today. I don't. I just love watching it all. Old, new. Yeah, I could get into that later, but I don't have a specific favorite that I love to watch more. I'll watch some stuff several times over, and then there's just some stuff I'm just finding out about still. And so I'm actually, I would say I'm still on a learning curve. People say stuff and just in passing in the chats, and I'll go look it up because I've never seen it before. Or, whatever. Some stuff that I've already seen, and I might want to watch it again, or I might want to watch more of their fights. But with so many new fighters too, it's just like all day learning curve for me.
So in today's situation, I want to run a couple fighters by you, and get your opinion on them. We just had this past weekend. We just had Richardson Hitchens versus George Kambosos. Right? I seen the prediction show that you put out. You know what I'm saying? And if y'all don't know, well, first before I even get to that, man, what made you want to do content? Content ain't easy to create. It ain't always easy to create. And so
I got a mouth and I got a brain of my own. And the more I started getting into boxing, I mean, when I started getting into it, like I went and studied, I studied footwork. I studied different styles, like reading, watching, learning what a 1 and a 2 is, what a 3, and I still do to this day. With the long guard, I studied, so when I would be in chats and I'd be talking, and to be honest, I feel like a lot of people disregarded me and what I was saying. So I was like, oh, I don't need your opinion, because I have my own opinion. I have very strong opinion on what I see and what I feel like my brain breaks down. And so I was like, I want to talk about it too.
One of the things I always say, I think we met in KQ chat. I'm pretty sure that's the first place I met you. I might be wrong about it, but I've seen you everywhere. You know what I'm saying? When you were in the chat, I'd have been in the chat with you.
Yeah, and I think it probably was where I met you. I think so.
But the thing is I've always thought, you know what I'm saying, from your comments, you've always been very educated as far as the things that you say. It ain't like you saying nothing wild out here, you know what I'm saying?
No, well, a lot of the times, especially then, I'm also looking for information. Like again, with me, I don't have a problem with somebody telling me I'm wrong. I don't have a problem with somebody teaching me something. So a lot of times, what I was looking for is feedback and conversation. If I say something, I'm looking for somebody to say, yeah, well, no, that ain't how this works. Or, yeah, you're right, it does work like that. Like, I feel like I'm an older sponge. Like I am sucking in information. That's really how I feel. I put it back out, but with me, it's always a conversation. So I'm never trying to sit up and argue with anybody. I like to talk about boxing. Now, yeah, we could talk about that later, but I don't debate. I don't debate nothing. Like, you gonna feel how you feel, and I respect that. That's how I set my channel up as well. People come over and they want to talk about boxing. I want to talk about boxing. And if you know something, like one of my favorite people to talk to, Aunt McQueen.
Absolutely. A brilliant mind.
I love it. I love talking to people who fight, like, because then I get even more insight and understanding. That's really what I'm out here. I'm trying to get an understanding. I'm trying to help people that don't have one get one, and just have a conversation all in between. That's my whole thing.
I find it so interesting with boxing that in basketball, football, you don't really have an opportunity to reach out and talk to those guys. You know what I'm saying? In boxing, it's different. You get an opportunity to reach out and talk to the actual fighters. If you go to the fights, they don't have a problem doing, well, not all, but most, they don't have a problem doing an interview with you. You know what I'm saying? So I love, one of the things I love about boxing is that an average, everyday individual fan of the sport can have access to these guys. You know what I'm saying? And
yeah,
I think
that's it's a little with that.
It depends. It depends.
People out here that. Yeah,
it depends on who talking. It depends on who talking.
Yeah, some of these people is nuts. You start reading these comments in social media too, with boxers in particular, and it's like some people just cross the line. That's all I'm gonna say. So these guys are really kind to give their time and talk to us. To be honest,
absolutely. And but at the same time, I think YouTube is where boxing lives. YouTube, Twitter, that's where boxing lives. Boxing don't really live on ESPN. You know what I'm saying? You ain't gonna see ESPN talking about the fights that we're gonna be talking about. And so I think that it kind of goes both ways, though. It goes both ways because they need the exposure.
Yeah, you're right.
And we want to have the conversation to get to know you and get to see what you have going on mind-wise as far as boxing goes and what we may be missing, if that makes sense. And so,
no, you're absolutely right, but it's just people are just becoming more trolly than ever. Like, you're right though. They do need us, and I wish people would recognize that and have a little bit more respect for them. Yeah, we give them our money, but they give us something we want in return. Right. It's a reciprocal. If you treat me good, I treat you good, but they be out here treating some of these fighters bad. That's all I'm saying.
I ain't calling no names. I ain't calling no names tonight as far as who talking crazy out here on these YouTube streets, but we done seen it. We done all seen it. And so I want to ask this. So after the Kambosos Hitchens fight, first off, your prediction, well, let the people know real quick, but let the people know what you predicted for that fight.
I believe I picked Hitchens for a unanimous decision.
I believe so.
In my breakdown, I did say that I
could see
felt like he could get a stoppage because before all the rigmarole, it's just so hard to sometimes separate the BS from the actual work. The actual work, I've seen Hitchens fight in some of his past fights. I know his history. The boy can fight when he chooses to. And he chose to Saturday. He showed up.
I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the fight, yes. Hey, I heard a lot of people say it was going to be a boring fight.
I don't get bored by fights.
And that's the other thing. Let me ask this. I want to ask this. Do you have a certain style that you like as far as a fighter goes?
I like pure boxers. I like punchers, obviously, but I like pure boxers because then you get to see the skills on display. That's when you get to actually do the studying, and you get to understand a fighter's IQ. I like the sweet science. I know there's a lot of people that like to just see people get knocked out. I'm not really one of them. I like to see you work up to that. I like to see how you get to that knockout. I like the sweet science. I could watch a boring fight. I could watch a boring fight all day long. Pure boxers just go at it because you're watching a chess match.
High level. And I think me and you agree on this one. I'm the same way. Shout out to my brother Knockout. Me and Knockout, we had a conversation one time, and Knockout said, for some reason, you just gonna pick the boxer every time, ain't you? Well, I like good boxing. I like somebody who can fight behind their jab, who understand when they should attack, when they should be in range, how to be out of range and still be
your range.
I love it. I love it. I love watching the pivots.
Because it's this. I don't know. I don't think I did say that in one of my videos, but it's just my thought. It's like a dance. It is really like a beautiful dance when it's done right. It's like art.
Absolutely. I wanted to ask about because we saw this weekend on that same card. We saw Andy Cruz. He went out there, and I can't remember the brother name that he would put the Japanese brother that he put hands on. The man couldn't miss a right hand. I don't know what was going on. The man couldn't miss his right hand. But what's your thoughts on Andy Cruz as a fighter? What happened?
He's good. I think he still has a little bit of an amateur style. But see, here's the thing, because I'm gonna say something that people who like Andy might not like in the end, but with all
they ain't gotta like it. Who cares?
It'll be all right.
It'll be fine.
At the end of the day, all fighters, even the older ones, I think fight to fight, they're learning, right? And they're growing. Because you're fighting a totally different individual. Even if you sparred them, once you are in the ring in an actual bout or an actual match, then that's when all the marbles are on the line. It's not like you're in the gym learning, working on something, right? So I think and with him being so young into the pros, I think he's still learning. I do think he is good though, and I absolutely, I don't know the word to use, but the fact that he skipped 4 and 6 round fights and went straight to the 8, I respect him for that. I like that, right? But I understand, he's he just won an eliminator. Now when it comes to him and Murtaya like that,
that's a good fight. It's a good fight.
I'm not saying it's not a good fight. I just don't know. But I have my feelings about Murtaya too. But I just, between the both of them, put it like this, I don't know that the latter half of them fights, that they could be creative enough to make it not be a close fight. Like that one of them won't step out a little bit more than the other and create some separation. That's how I feel about them. And at the end of the day, I know somebody right now who's a prospect that I think beats Andy big time.
Who is that?
He's only got 7 fights.
Who is that?
Scooter
Davis?
Yes.
Hey, Scooter can fight.
I think Scooter
that joker can fight.
I think he would beat Andy right now. And he got power. He's a body snatcher. He loves a liver. He loves a liver.
Put it on the platter for me. Put it on the platter.
I'm just saying, I honestly think so.
he had a stoppage. Was it this past weekend? He had a stoppage to the body as well this past weekend.
Yeah, and his style is more pro friendly. Like he's more on his pro stuff.
Yeah.
Whereas I do feel like Andy's still a little bit boppy. He's still a little, but that's just my opinion.
Well, yeah, that's what you're here for. We want your opinion. We don't want nobody else's.
Hey,
Let me ask this. So when we talk, since we done found ourselves at the 35-pound division, that's where we find ourselves with this current conversation. We just seen Keyshawn Davis act the fool, miss weight, those type of things. Also, while calling out the young Abdullah Mason. I know you're a fan of Abdullah Mason.
Supporter, yes.
Well, hey, a supporter fan. Hey, look, you could be a fan of a lot of fighters. I think we get. When I say that, I think people get a bad rap when I say, "Hey, you're a fan of" or something like that. Well, I support them. I ain't no. Well, no, we fans of these.
I know what you mean. Okay, yes, absolutely. I love me some Abdullah Mason. Yes.
Absolutely, the brother can fight. I think he's the next coming at 35, but it's yet to be seen. It's yet to be seen, and he has to prove it.
BBO, knock it off.
Here we go. Hey, look. Hey, Shawa, look, we had BBO on last night. BBO, he told us that he told us a bunch of fighters that would put hands on Emiliano Vargas, according to BBO now. And y'all go watch the playback. He said multiple fighters that were going to put hands on Emiliano. Okay. That's what BBO said. I didn't say
that. He's a nice kid, though. I met him. He's nice.
I like Emiliano. I like him. I just don't think he's ready. I don't think he's top level ready yet. I don't.
Isn't he moving up? Yeah.
No, I think he's at 40. I think he's staying at 40 right now, though.
I thought he was at 35.
No. He's at 40. He's at 40 now.
I'm gonna check. Okay. All right.
So, first off, I want to talk about Abdullah Mason and Keyshawn Davis. I want to talk about those two fighters first. At the press conference,
conversation before. Go ahead.
All right, let me do it this way then. As a fighter, when it comes to Keyshawn Davis, what do you like about him as far as his style goes, what he does in the ring? Nothing outside the ring. We're gonna keep it in the ring.
Yeah.
So what do you like about Keyshawn inside the ring?
Accurate. Seems to have an actual very good IQ. And can adjust. I like it's something that he stopped doing. I'm glad he stopped admiring his work. Like he's growing. He ain't holding that right hand.
He ain't holding that right hand up in there when it lands no more.
It's a lot of stuff that he's not doing, but he's growing, and I just have a whole respect for that whole Bomac team, and watching fighters grow from fight to fight.
Yeah.
But yeah, he just has a lot of good qualities. The speed, like I said, the accuracy, the attentiveness, and adjusting. I like that about him.
What do you see him doing at 40? Who do you? And I'll do it this way. I'm gonna name a couple guys, and I want to see if you think. And we don't know. We don't know what's gonna happen, but I want your opinion on who wins the fight. So if Keyshawn fights, we'll start with Teofimo Lopez. If he fights Teo, who wins that fight?
Keyshawn.
Okay. And we watched Gary Antoine Russell. We watched that brother. He called out a lot of individuals on Twitter just recently. Keyshawn versus Antoine, who win that fight?
That one I don't know, because first of all, let me say, Antoine really need to focus on getting in that ring more often.
Well, I can't stand they keep that man so inactive.
That's not just them. That's also choices that he's made. He's turned down. Anyway.
No. Go ahead.
I'm just saying. Yeah, that's not just PBC. That's also choices he's made. But then too, I also think when I think of anything with the Russells, they had a stream of bad couple of things happen, right? So, because I ain't even seen Antonio, like he just disappeared. But
Antonio. We haven't seen Antonio in. I said, what happened to him? We haven't seen, since he got dropped in. I can't remember who he was fighting there.
He came back.
But we haven't seen Antonio in a minute.
Yeah, it's been a couple of years or something. But that's why I feel bad for them because of what happened again within their family. So I understand it to a degree. Some of it I do. Yeah, I think it's him. But I you know what though? It's the fight game. I get it. You talk spit, you get a reaction from somebody, you get fight, right? So who wins that fight? To be honest, the way he's been looking though lately, even though Antoine looked good against El Rayo, I might pick Keyshawn for that.
Ooh, I might
because he has not been the fights before that, the Puyo, which he said he wants again, and I would love to see him get that back. Who's the other? Francis Bartholomew. I wanted to see a rematch with that one, and you didn't. Like, I don't trust him fully. I don't trust him. So I'm gonna give that one to Keyshawn for right now. Yeah.
Keyshawn versus Africa. Is that me?
Keyshawn versus Africa. Okay, here's my thing. I told you I've seen Africa. I've seen Africa fight. I know Africa comes from the Mayweather camp. And even when Pedraza, like, I've seen the elements that he actually has. He knows how to fight out of the Philly shell. Like, he can be very defensive. I've seen Africa fight, man, and I know he got that up there. But on this hand, I know Keyshawn is also, again, I think he does have a good IQ. I think he's also growing and getting better. Africa has the range. Oh Lord, you know what? I can't call that one. I can't call that one. But Africa can fight. A lot of people don't like him outside of his mouth because he too has gotten there and act like he didn't know how to with Peril and Limos, like he was getting beat on, and then one fight you didn't. You act like you didn't want to fight. So I don't know. I don't know about that one. Okay. I'd have to really do a good, thorough film study. Sometimes I just don't like to even choose, to be honest.
Hey, man, look, at the end of the day, we can be wrong about it. We can be wrong, but
yeah, true.
I always like to throw these questions out.
Well, thank you.
Hey, look, you're kind of on the hot seat right now. We ain't even got to the hot seat. I ain't gonna lie to you. We ain't even got to the hot seat.
Don't cry.
We're gonna get there later. We're gonna get there later. That's gonna be the last part of this show, because I still gotta. So I want to ask. Going back down to 35. Tank Davis. He has the rematch with Lamont Roach. I thought that Lamont Roach won the first fight.
I did too.
I always and anytime we talk about Tank Davis and that fight right there, we always got to play the clip. And y'all know how I am. Y'all know I'm out of order with a lot of things.
Do it.
But I think I'm in order.
What happened? I just got my hair done 2 days ago, and she put grease in my shit, so the shit was like, you know, like when you sweating and things like that, and the grease come in my face, it burnt my eyes type shit. Damn, why y'all booing like I'm saying bullshit? Like, this is real facts. Come on, man. I just got my hair done 2 days ago.
Swing the wheel, it's gone!
I just got my hair done 2 days ago. I just got my hair done. And she put grease in my shit. I just got my hair done 2 days ago. I just got my hair done. I just got my hair done. I just got my hair done 2 days ago. I just got my hair done. And she put grease in my shit. I just got my hair done. I just got my hair done. I just got my hair done. I just got my I'm saying bullshit. Like, this is real facts. Like, this is real facts. Like, I'm saying bullshit. Like, this is real facts. It burnt my eyes. Like, this is real facts. I just got my hair done 2 days ago. I just got my hair done. I just got my hair done. I just got my hair done 2 days ago.
I don't think we've ever heard a fighter get up there and say, "I just got my hair done," and that's why I lost. I ain't never heard it. I
love that. I love that thing. I ain't gonna lie. Look, I'm not a fan of Tank, but all the little crap he put out or that comes out about him, I just be thoroughly entertained. I can't even lie. The dancing on the treadmill and the drum, the ski mask. Like, I be entertained, man. It is.
Hey, shout out to Tank Davis, man. Shout out to Tank. We ain't hating on the brother. That's what he said. That's what he said. Shakur Stevenson, they called the man a boring boxer. Yeah. Who win that fight? Shakur versus Tank, in your opinion? I know.
And then, but you messing with me. I've always picked Shakur.
Okay.
Yeah. I could actually see Tank beating him though. But I've always picked Shakur.
Amen.
But you know what? I might have a more definitive answer for this question after we see him fight Zepeda. Absolutely.
And that's what we will go. I'm glad you said it, because that's what we were going into next. Shakur Stevenson, Zepeda. The fight is coming up. I done heard, everybody gonna tell you Shakur gonna run. Shakur saying he putting hands on this man. How you see that fight playing out? Who you got winning that fight?
Shakur always says he's gonna put his hands on somebody and knock somebody out. He actually did his last fight.
Hey, ATL United. Hey, you still owe me $200, brother. You still owe me $200. Respectfully. Go ahead.
I don't know. Because here's the thing with me and Shakur. I have a love-hate relationship with Shakur Stevenson. Because when I went to that Edwin De Los Santos fight, I said I'll never support Shakur again. I did. I was mad at both of them. That ruined the whole weekend for me. Like, my husband probably didn't like me that weekend because I was in a funk. Anyway, Shakur ain't Tevin Farmer as far as that grit. I don't think.
Tevin Farmer a dog.
Exactly. I do give him props for the Padley fight. I know a lot of people don't. But I know his hands were messed up that fight. I actually believed him in that fight.
But he did what he was supposed to do. He did,
and I think people are kind of messed up for not giving him credit. For some people are mad he didn't stop him fast enough. It's like Shakur don't usually stop people though. Y'all gotta. I don't know. I don't know who wins that fight either. We're gonna see. I don't know that I could call that one. To be honest, I don't like Zepeda, so I hope Shakur wins. But I think it's gonna be a tough fight for him, possibly, because maybe not. We've seen Oscar Valdez, but I don't know. I don't know, and I don't think he necessarily has to run. Because I don't think Shakur does that every fight. He's on the back foot. We've seen him sit in the pocket and fight people before. And to be honest, again, I like pure boxers. So the fact that he moves his feet, I don't have a problem with that.
I remember there was a time when, and I'm gonna ask about this fight. I'm gonna remind me to come back to what you just said about Shakur footwork, not running. Not always fighting off the back foot. Remind me when I get to a certain fight, you'll know which fighter I'm talking about. So we also have Tevin Farmer, like you just brought up, versus Kid Austin. That's supposed to be coming, not this coming
Tevin
weekend.
Farmer is gonna put Belted on that little down. Yeah, Tevin Farmer he deserves the respect that he should have.
Man, she said put some respect on T Farmer's name.
Absolutely.
Man. Put some respect on his name. Did you think he won any of those fights against Zepeda? I did.
The first one, absolutely. And I was very happy to see Coach Mustafa in his corner. And when he rallied him and he went in there and, knocked him down, I was like, yes. The second fight, it was close. I do feel like Zepeda beat him. But I still like Tevin won for me in his heart. He showed so much heart, and he had hurt his hand. Like he deserves some respect. Plus, I mean, just the man has a history. Like I think a lot of these fighters deserve some respect. He deserves the respect. He has to put some respect on his name, and I definitely think I'm not a fan of Kid Austin. Never have been. I don't like his habits. Until I found out he had something wrong with his feet. I used to like be very critical of everything he did. I've learned to let that go, but I'm not a fan of Kid Austin.
Did you have it? Huh? Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say, I've always been a fan of Kid Austin. I just couldn't stand when they came out with the whole the drug charges and the child trafficking and they done popped my tires and they done tore my passport. I was like, all right, y'all went. You done took it a tad bit too far now. You done took it too far for me. You know what I'm saying?
I think his dad also helps me, and I try not to be like that because I do like Devin, and I see that whole dynamic and how that is with the boxing world and the public and how that whole dad thing, people be tripping off a bill, but his dad's just a little bit different. I think I really chose like I don't like him when the whole thing came out with the woman, but as far as Kid Austin before that, I don't. Again, the habit of beating on his he just has habits that would irk me. I felt like he would
pushing his trunks down, pushing the trunks down.
He would always tap. Always tap, and I'm like, what is that tapping thing? There was one point he
is it me? I think you cut out, sis. I don't know. Is that me? Can y'all hear me? It might be me. Y'all put a 1 in the chat if y'all can hear me. I think my sister cut out for a second. She'll be right back. Okay, well, everyone put a 2 in the chat, so he's gonna be out of order anyways. Real quick, let me shout and sis. When you come back, we going right back into it, but I can't hear you right now. I can't hear you. So shout out to my brother Marky Dan in the building, man. Salute to Democracy 101. Shout out to Marky Dan. Shout out to A1 Hoop Zone, man. A1, make sure you drop your link as well because I need to hear some of the I ain't gonna say nonsense. I need to hear some of the stuff you're talking about with the NBA Finals right now and what's going on. You know what I'm saying? Okay, here we go. We got my sister back in the building. Can you hear me?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Now, hey, YouTube is wild anyway, so you never know what might happen around here. Let me ask this, and because I want to get to the most important conversation I want to have with you, but I still got a lot of boxing talk to have right now. So you got Devin Haney out here. Well, first off, before we even get to Devin, do you think anybody unifies 35 right now? Do you think anybody unifies that division?
35?
Yeah.
Yeah, it might not be who we expect to. Because I'll be honest with you, I like Roach at 35. I hope he stays there.
Okay.
and we got all this new blood, right? Abdullah about to fight Noakes for a belt. Like I think 35 is just coming back. It's getting some more life.
Does Sam Noakes have a chance?
Sam Noakes can fight.
I like Sam Noakes. I like him. Does he have a chance to win that fight?
Okay, I love Abdullah. No, he don't. You know why I say that? I know. And I might be being a little biased. See,
I agree with you. I agree. So yeah, I don't think it's biased.
And I really try to be honest when I do my film study on people. Sam Noakes got like a fire in his belly. Like, dude, he's hungry. But Abdullah's mean. And I don't know that I've had to see Noakes. I don't know totally what his IQ is. And then you consider the level of competition from a British fighter to American fighters. And actually even our islanders over here in the Americas, so which Abdullah's been fighting. I got Abdullah winning that. Range, speed, IQ, and again, I mean, both of them are young fighters, so there's still a learning curve for both. I think I said before, I think all fighters are learning fight to fight, but I definitely got Abdullah.
I got Abdullah too. I got Abdullah by stoppage in that fight.
Noakes is not no punk.
No, I don't think he's a punk.
I'm not saying that to you.
I just don't think that. And once again, he done fought at the domestic level for so long. I don't know how good Noakes really is. I didn't at least see, in my personal opinion, I think that Abdullah has faced stiffer competition so far. But we'll see what happens. I'm glad that fight is being made and that one fighter wasn't just elevated when Keyshawn dropped the belt, that they said, we're going to let y'all fight for the belt.
I like that too.
Yeah, I think that's always the best way to handle the situation. You know what I'm saying? You seen Raymond Muratalla, he got elevated immediately. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm just saying that I would prefer to see you fight for your belt.
Fight for it. And I think a lot of these guys are starting to feel like that because fans are saying stuff. But, I used to be a huge supporter of Muratalla. Until he fought. He lost
that fight. In my opinion, I thought he lost that fight.
Like, dude, you lost that fight. Shut up. Runner, punk. And it's just the whole thing with the word runner. The word runner. It just has a few different connotations to me that I do not appreciate coming out of certain people's mouths. So he lost me with that one.
It's interesting you bring that up because Turki Al-Sheikh comes out and says this whole quote unquote, and I don't know how you even make this a rule, but the no running rule, right? I think it was more pushed by YouTubers and the internet than anything. But he comes out and says that's not what I'm looking for. Well, how do you police running, quote unquote, in the sport? Like, how do you police it?
You don't. And I've heard people dress it down. I'm really starting to have an issue with Turki. And I used to be a supporter of what he was doing. I still have some appreciation for him making, I feel like these entities start to try to come together and make better fights for us. I appreciate him for that, but it's a lot to me. Again, when you start talking about runners, it's a lot of racial connotation that I get from that, and I was already feeling a kind of way just off the Fatal Fury pressers and stuff, and Turki is not stopping the BS from happening. Now you out here talking about runners. I don't like it. And again, no. You about to throw, I guess, Shakur Stevenson in 18 by 18. Guess what? Shakur gonna fight like Shakur. It don't matter. And I mean, I guess he was trying to throw that at Skull and Canelo, but I feel a way about that. Where is the accountability for people who don't know how to cut off the freaking ring? I try not to get on my little soapbox and be going off, but I feel a way about that. I don't like it.
I don't like it either. Me personally. Look, if I'm gonna, how can I handicap one fighter versus another? How can I do that? It don't even make sense. It don't make sense whatsoever. So, I mean, it is what it is, though. It is what it is, and this is what these people like to do. I want to move through a couple more fights. So we got, what's today? Today is Tuesday. So Thursday morning, we have the great brother straight out of Georgia. Okay, you know what I'm saying? Straight out of Georgia, over in Japan right now. Brian Norman Jr. will be fighting Jin Sasaki on Thursday. Are you looking forward to the fight? Do you plan to watch it? And how do you see it playing out? Huge supporter of Brian Norman Jr.
Me too. Just like Abdullah, man. Like this, it's some young guys that I rock with and I believe in. And if they lose, should they lose, I'm rocking. I like these dudes. But I'm excited about this. I'm excited about this. Heck yeah, that's gonna be a good fight. I'm also a little apprehensive. I'm a little on edge.
Can he win on the scorecards?
Can he win on the scorecards?
Yeah, in your opinion.
I would say yeah, but the way both of them fight,
it ain't going to the scorecards.
I absolutely don't think it's going to the scorecards. Heck no.
I agree.
Somebody getting knocked out. And if it goes to the scorecards, it's gonna be knocked down. It's gonna be a crazy fight if it goes to the scorecards. It's gonna be some wild stuff. But I mean, I can see cuts happening. I can see all kind of crazy stuff happening in this fight, which makes me a little, like I said, apprehensive. And I don't trust Jin. I did my video about that though. I talked about that. I don't trust him at all. I don't trust in general a lot of Japanese fighters. Just is what it is. But I do. There's some that I like too. So, but no, I don't like Jin Sasaki. I don't like his behavior. I think he's a character, and not in a good way.
Amazing. I ain't mad at it. I can't wait for that fight though. I'm looking forward to seeing it.
It's gonna be good.
Only reason I'm looking forward to seeing it, I think Junior stop him. I think Junior stop him about
absolutely early. I got him early.
I got a 6th round stop it, 7th round at the latest.
Okay, so look, let me just say this, and I'm gonna leave this here. Did you by chance get to watch Jin Sasaki's last fight?
I did.
Did you see how many times that man uppercut Jin?
The man get hit. Jin Sasaki get hit a lot. He get hit a lot in all his fights.
But specifically in that fight, I mean, it didn't have no effect. Like that is kind of what has me a little concerned, because you had nothing, and dude was cracking your chin like several times over and over, and I'm like, not even a little day, not a little stagger, not nothing. And then he kind of got all hyped up, and I was like, "Are you roid raging, boy?" Like I just felt, I feel the way about Jin. I don't trust him. Yeah, I put that in my video, but I don't trust him.
Okay, I ain't mad at it. So, well, we ain't gonna cast no aspersions. We just gonna say, we gonna see what happened. But I think it's gonna be a short night for Junior. I think it's gonna be a short night for him. I think, it ain't gonna be easy. It ain't gonna just be easy. But
you know what?
I do think Junior's special.
I do too. And people didn't think. Okay, that's the thing with me too with Junior. I just have belief in that kid, because they didn't think the same thing with Cuevas. And I was like, nah, he gonna put Cuevas. I didn't think he'd knock him out with a jab and send him across the ring. I was like, dang, but shit.
Right. Hey. The craziest thing is, so I done stood next to Junior, right? When Senior fought Greg, right? I was at the fight.
Oh, okay.
I'm standing right there beside Junior, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, mind you, I'm 6'5", so I ain't no small person. Man, Junior looked tiny compared. Look, my son and Junior was. I was like, well, all right, hold on. And mind you, my son ain't even number 10. I'm like, all right.
Don't do that.
I know, but man, the power that Junior fight with, the power that he fight with is different. To be that size, to carry the power that he has,
and
especially like you said with the jab. Don't let him really sit down on nothing. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't even sitting down on Cuevas like that. He was just getting in rhythm. He even said he came out tight.
And did you see Cuevas's face? Like, oh no.
He quit. Cuevas quit.
I know. That's
like, I'm
good.
good.
Did you see his face when the ref kind of went over there to gather him up? Like, all right, you done. He was
like, I'm good.
He was like, I am done.
You got
because people just don't believe. But it's probably been about 3 years I've been watching Brian, thanks to Tay Jones.
Yeah, shout out to Tay.
Shout out to Tay, because ever since I was like, oh, okay, I like this kid. I like him. And he's had some little hiccups along the way, but again, I think all these are growing pains with all these fighters. Like, he's had a couple of little bad fights, where he didn't look so good.
But I think people forget that the man is still, 24, 25 years old. They forget that. You know what I'm saying? And he wasn't fast tracked like a lot of these guys were. He did it the hard way.
Yeah.
He did it the hard way. Yeah. So all I'm saying is I give a lot of respect to it, especially his father as well. Done raised a fantastic young man, and I can't take nothing from him. And they from Georgia, so I'm already biased. I'm gonna just be honest. I'm already biased. I'll put that out there. I'm biased. But since we're talking about Junior now, we got Boots.
I am a racist against Justice Saki, Marky Dad.
Here we go. Marky done called everybody a racist at this point. He done called everybody a racist.
I'm sorry to get that out.
No, it's okay. So we got Boots now. 147. Boots say he may be moving up. He may be waiting for the fight at 47 with Junior.
Yeah.
What you want to see? First off, what you want to see from Boots, and what do you think happens with Boots moving forward in his career?
See, I had to turn the camera. I am not happy with Boots. I am absolutely not happy with Boots, and Eddie Hearn is trash. Like, okay, let me ask me the question again, because my brain's is somewhere else. What do I want to see with Boots?
Eddie out here lying. Eddie, I don't know if he lying or if he just I don't know what Eddie got going on, but I can't believe you done told us so many different stories. We don't really know what the truth is. But with Boots, do you think that him and Junior
don't come corrected? That'd be my issue with everything. But
I plead the fifth on that. I can't tell you why. I can't tell.
I'm not asking. I'm just saying it's problematic for me. But I'm not. Anyway,
if Junior and Boots fight, right? Who you got winning that fight?
I picked Brian. I did. I picked Brian.
You got Junior.
Yeah.
Mad at it. Hey, I already at that same fight I was telling you about, Hackett and Senior. There was a couple of people, excuse me, from Philly there. I told them then. I said, if the fight is made, I got my money on Junior already. My money is on Junior. You know what I'm saying? I like Boots. I'm a fan of Boots.
You know what, Thomas Hill? Nobody asked you. I didn't pick wrong.
Mr. Chairman, out of
It
order.
don't matter anyway, because somebody, all of a sudden, even though I have a nutritionist, I make 147 easy. Y'all look crazy out here talking. No, you look like a whole skeleton with some big ass shoes on, some clown shoes, and a belt. And I make 147 easy. Then why are you leaving? Man, like I said, I feel a way about that.
I ain't mad at it.
Yeah, because I wanted that fight.
I want that. I still want that fight.
And they
all
that stuff about Junior. So yeah, I feel a way.
And my thing with Junior, and even with Boots, I think those are two fighters doing it the right way. Junior ain't too vocal. You know what I'm saying? He ain't saying nothing crazy out here.
He's becoming.
And he coming into his own. I like it.
Yeah,
I love that he's coming into his own.
Needs to speak.
You gotta talk. You gotta talk a little bit. You gotta talk a little shit out here. It is what it is.
Jerron needs to as well, and he needs to quit letting Eddie speak for him. Absolutely.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree 100%. Staying at the 47-pound division, we got 73-year-old Manny Pacquiao versus Mario Barrios. Manny Pacquiao is all of 82 years old, getting ready to fight somebody. I think Mario Barrios is just turning 30, 29, 30. He's right there in the age group. And Manny Pacquiao is all of 92 years old. Who do you see winning that fight? And do you give Manny Pacquiao a chance to win that fight?
No, I don't.
But
at the end of the day, I don't feel like I don't know. I don't like that fight. You know what? It's like Jake Paul and Mike Tyson to me. I don't like Jake Paul. And I don't feel like he should have been fighting our great. Although I don't feel like Manny Pacquiao is my great, but it's just not something I want to see. I'm not crazy about either one.
Yeah.
I don't know that I want to watch that fight. I did not watch Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson. I watched the first round and I was like,
that was a hard. I watched the fight. It was a hard fight for me to watch.
Yeah.
And like I tell you, Mike Tyson, we got the same birthday. That's my favorite fight of all time. And when I'm looking at it, I'm like, man, this is crazy work right here, man. This is crazy. Mike Tyson pulling punches. He biting his gloves and shit. What is going on out here? Then they come out and they say something about in the contract, you can't knock the brother out, this, that, whatever. I don't know if that's true.
Yeah, because I thought he looked good the first round, and it was going into the second round because my husband and daughter's watching, and I'm like, hey, why y'all? No, I can't do this one. I gotta leave, y'all. Have fun with this one.
I got it. I watched it. I watched it, but it took everything in my soul not to change the channel because, and I'm a fan of Tyson. Even when Tyson fought Roy Jones, I was like, man, I don't want to see this, man. I love both of them. I thought Roy Jones, he might got killed out there. And Mike Tyson, he wasn't even throwing headshots. He was only going to the body. I'm like, Roy, come on, brother. Hey, I see you got the jab out there. I see you with the jab.
Yeah.
I don't want to see y'all brothers in
You know what? Okay, did you look, you interviewed me, but I gotta ask you, did you see who was that? Tony and Razor Reddick? Did you see that last year?
No, I didn't. They had a Tony who?
James Tony.
And Razor Reddick, they fought?
Yeah.
I didn't even see it. I'm glad I didn't see that. I don't want to see that.
I mean, at least they were two.
They senior citizens.
I know, but I'm just saying, at least it wasn't like a young guy beating up on an old guy. It was. I paid $40 for that.
I ain't see that, man. Listen, man, I love Razor. I'm a huge James Tony fan. One of the fantastic slick boxer out there as far as Tony. I don't want to see these old folks beat up on each other.
It was supposed to be a 6-round fight. They broke it down to like 3 rounds. I think supposed to be 3-minute rounds. I think they broke it down to 2. It was something to see.
They couldn't breathe after round 2. They couldn't breathe.
You know who looked good though? I mean, it was James Tony looked good.
Now he can't talk with a damn no more, and I say that respectfully.
He's
I feel
gotten
bad.
better though.
Has he?
I don't know what he did. Yeah, to me, I mean, he still sounds, but
Yeah.
I don't know what he did. I saw him somewhere and he sounded. I could understand him. I can understand what he was saying, unless there's something wrong with my brain. Like,
that's a plus right there. At least you could understand him, brother. Respect.
well, something changed up. You have to go look for some recent stuff on him. He half sounds understandable for real.
I'm gonna have to go check that out. I'm gonna have to go check that one out. Hey, I didn't, but I'm glad I missed that fight. I'm glad I missed it because that ain't that. I ain't in the senior citizen. I don't want to see y'all getting beat up like that, man.
Paying for some stuff just because.
What are we doing? What are we doing?
Hey, it's better than Jake and Mike.
Agreed. I can agree with that.
Barrios and freaking Pac. Nah, I'm not with that fight.
That's so. At right now, the welterweight division, I'm just gonna be honest. Outside of Junior, outside of Boots, is one of the worst divisions I've seen the welterweight division be in a long time. I always say, and people they critical of me for saying this. I blame Bud and EJ, me personally. I do blame them because they held the division up way too long.
Absolutely.
We should have been got that fight. It got to a point. I don't know if you remember. It was a point where I was boycotting both of them. You know what I'm saying?
I think I might remember something like that. Yeah.
I was boycotting both of them because I'm like, man, and anybody who got anything to do with the fight, I'm boycotting you because we should have been got this.
Yeah. Even the fight they're under waited so long for Stanionis and Virgil got sick. Yeah, it was just a mess. And then even Boots getting the dang interim, which threw them all out the rankings like that. All that pissed me off. I was, yeah.
That whole debacle screwed the welterweight, and the welterweight division has been a money division. It's been a premier division in the sport of boxing. It's pathetic right now.
I think, again, I said that earlier. I think we're about to see, well, I said about 35. I think we're about to see both of them pick up, honestly.
So, as far as 47 go, some type of way we saw, like, well, first off, we seen Manny Pacquiao end up being in the top 5 some type of way. The man,
because he's a champion, you know how that goes.
Well, the man is in the Hall of Fame. So if you in the Hall of Fame, I don't know how you come back. And anyway, that's a whole nother story.
There's nothing that says you can't.
But we got good fighters coming up into that division. You know what I'm saying? We got Devin. He's going to be moving, or he's seen to be the move to 47. Still waiting to see what happened with Teofimo Lopez.
I don't care what happens to him. He can fall off the face of the earth, and I would never know.
Amazing. I wouldn't be mad at it. I wouldn't be mad at it.
It's better stuff going on than T-Ho. Yeah.
So I was listening, and matter of fact, I wasn't listening. Let me rephrase that. We were on BVO earlier tonight, and they brought up today on the Boxing Voice. They brought up a fight saying that it may be Devin versus Junior next. Now, I ain't gonna lie to you.
Yeah.
That's in my personal opinion. You know, I'm a fan of Devin. I'm a fan of Junior. These are two of my favorite fighters. Who win that fight, sis? Who win that fight?
Brian Norman Jr. all day long.
He might stop Devin, man. I don't want to see it.
I was never a fan of the three. Of Tank, Devin, and Shakur. Like, I just watched it and I respect that. But the hate for Devin made me a supporter, right?
Right.
But now to see him call Brian ass, you about to get murked, son.
Hand put on you.
Brian about to bing, bing, bing. Yo, like, I'm here for it. And I like Devin, but I just think that was a little extra. I don't know where that came from. Maybe he's having issues somewhere else, and it's like spilling over. Cause you tripping,
man.
I didn't even like when Jerron called him ass. I was like, for real, fight him.
Why nobody don't put respect on Junior name?
Cause they ain't fighting him.
Man, he's very respectful. Man, Junior is a
He's a nice
consummate
kid.
professional.
I don't like calling people kids. He's a nice man.
No, he a
Yeah, he
consummate
is a very
professional.
professional man, and I respect his father as well very much, and that's what gets it. But
I don't know. Look, if you ever get a chance, I know. Have you interviewed Senior?
yeah,
If you ever get a chance to meet Senior in person, you know the craziest thing, Senior. I always say how I talk to you right now. How I talk to you right now is how I'm gonna talk to you when I see you in person, right?
mm-hmm.
That's Senior. That's Senior all day, every day.
Yeah.
And that's one thing I respect about a Senior. That was the first chance I had to take my son to a weigh-in, right?
Mm.
And I want to take him to the fights, but I want him to get a little older because you go to the fights, shit get crazy at the fight sometimes. And so I said, when you get about 13, then I'm gonna start taking you to the fights. But so I take him to the weigh-ins and those stuff. Oh, he was all up in the mix with what they had going on.
Your son was?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. All up, he in between the fighters talking crazy. I'm like, oh man.
Oh no!
Calm down. Hey, and when I say talking crazy, he all he's saying is, now what you gonna say back to him? What you gonna say?
Instigating what a 10-year-old would do, right?
But he really enjoyed it. You know what I'm saying? And it was so interesting because afterward I talked to Senior said, he was like, man, appreciate you bringing your son up, this, that. We did an interview with him afterward, and I had to bring my son on real quick. And, it was just love being shown there. And so I got a lot of respect for that.
That's what I say. You could just tell off the rip. That's why when I last summer went to Atlanta, I was supposed to meet both of them through Tay, but they didn't get to show up. But yeah, I've been talking to Senior because he is into cars. I like cars. My husband work on cars, like cars. Like, yeah, he's a real down to earth person, real nice person.
Yeah, no, they remind me of my family, certain family members of mine.
I'm like, they have a family. It's like a family feel. So yeah,
right.
Good people.
Yeah, absolutely. I wanted to ask you this, because we got coming up now. We got Bud versus Canelo, right?
Yeah.
I done heard a lot of people. Hold on, promote the product. Now promote the product.
Oh, it ain't a product. He asked me what I'm burning. It's a Kroger. It's just a Kroger.
Pink Amber, baby. Pink Amber.
Yes, sir. Yeah. There you go.
But so we got Bud versus Canelo coming up.
Yeah.
Are you first off, are you interested in that fight?
I am, but I'm not. But I am. I'm definitely gonna watch it. I'm not a Canelo fan. I respect Canelo, and I liked his skill set up until recently.
Canelo ain't looking the same that he used to look like.
He looked like he was 60 against Skull. I was like, where's the walker? Yeah, I don't know. And you know what? To be honest, he's another one. I think Canelo should just have hung it up. I didn't want him to get that last title back and become undisputed again. I wanted a whole bunch of other events to happen. I feel like some people just get shown favoritism. It is what it is, but I have Bud beating him.
You got Bud? Yeah. I done heard people say by stoppage, by decision. What you got? You got stoppage or decision? Okay.
It's gonna be decision. It's gotta be. I mean, to be honest, yeah. I mean, here's one thing with Bud. Like, Bud had been squeezing the freak down for years. Anyway, dude walks around in 180 or up.
Close to
that, right?
Close to.
Well, he said 80 himself, but I heard other people talking about stuff they heard of him saying he was a little bit more. Like, I don't know. I do feel a way about him not getting a fight before, especially to acclimate him 2 weight classes up. But again, talking with Ant, watching that fight with Madrimov with Ant again, and just be revisiting Bud's skill set. He absolutely could outbox him without question. And I think he could win on points for sure. Because, it's going to be over here, huh?
Yep, it's in Vegas.
That's a little iffy. If it was in Riyadh, he absolutely could win. Vegas it's a Mexican city. I'll just leave that there. It is, and if you've ever been to fights in Vegas, they're very disrespectful to black fighters. They might like Bud though.
All right. I want to ask. I want to visit because we got a lot of female boxing coming up. So I want to visit some of these female fights real quick.
Yeah.
We just had the first press conference with Clarissa Shields and her opponent. I'm gonna just be honest. I don't know her opponent like that. Just being honest.
Well, nobody know her like that.
Okay, good. Okay, I just didn't want to sound crazy. What's your thoughts on Clarissa Shields? Is she the best female boxer of all time?
For the longest time, I would never, and don't nobody get mad at me because I know a lot of people, I'll never give her props. I was like, Ann will forever. But she is skill set wise, right? But
accolade wise.
Huh?
Accolade wise as well.
Absolutely. But I'm gonna say with the fighting skill set wise. But after a while it was like, but who are you fighting? And it was just so easy. There was really nobody, and that's not necessarily her fault. There's not a lot of women in the women's divisions like there are a bunch of men, right? So she doesn't always have a lot of choices of people to fight, but she has had absolutely good competition with some of these ladies. So yeah, I'd say she is the best.
Do you think
I do like Amanda Serrano though, outside of some of the recent things that have happened. I have always liked Amanda. She's a dog. Yeah.
Absolutely. For the third fight with Amanda Serrano and Katie Taylor, I ain't gonna lie to you. I thought Katie Taylor lost
twice.
That's my opinion. And
yeah, me too.
In my opinion, I could be very wrong. Who knows? But she got the decision. Do you think in this fight, if you had to advise Amanda Serrano, what would you say do differently in the next fight that she didn't do in the first two fights to get that decision?
Don't fight. No, I'm serious. I don't. Hearing her, I thought she has like CTE or something. But if we're gonna act like everything's all okay, and
hold on, you think who got CTE?
Amanda Serrano. Yeah.
You think?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would tell her to box. Be on the outside and box. Because one, we know, and it ain't just Amanda Serrano, Katie Taylor is a freaking head-butting cheat. She's been doing this out the amateurs. Like, I don't like Katie Taylor, if you can't tell. I don't like thick neck Katie. And I do. I feel like they be giving her wins, and it ain't even got to be on her home soil. So I don't know what's up with that, but maybe that's the way they get their great. You fill in the blank hype, but yeah, I would tell her to box and use her feet. Yeah, that's about it. Because Katie, I just have this feeling it's gonna happen all over again. And you saw what her eye looked like that second fight. It looked like a meat grinder. Somebody stuck it on her eye. It was nasty.
Yeah.
And they didn't do nothing. The ref, the commission, nobody ever said nothing. They all just kept letting that woman headbutt her. Yeah. So I don't think she should fight her again. I don't like this fight, but box. But I know Amanda she likes to bang, like, and I respect that. That's why I say I like her. She's a dog, but at some point, yeah, I think
You gotta be smarter. You gotta be smarter than that.
your health should come before. And I yes, if you listen to the first press conference they just had last month, if you listen to her talk, it don't sound good. She sounded drunk. I was like, whoa. And she was getting punked up there. I was like, dude, what is this? Anyway, yeah. Box on the outside. Use your feet. Stay away. Stay away from headbutting thick neck Katie. That's it.
All right. Alicia Baumgartner, one of my favorite female fighters. What's your thoughts on Alicia?
I like Alicia. She's slick. That gas tank sucks, obviously.
Now, hold on real quick. I want to ask this question because she was working with Tony Harrison. Tony Harrison, he's been known to have gas tank issues himself, right?
Yeah.
Now being with Derek James,
I'm curious.
Do you think that changes anything as far as the gas tank goes?
I'm very curious. That is absolutely something I have thought about and said. I'm curious as to whether or not, because no one he's worked with ever had them issues. And I don't know if that's on his behalf or just the strength and conditioning trainers that they employed outside of Derek. I don't know. But I am super curious what this is going to look like, if her style is going to change up a little bit. I'm as much as I feel a way about Derek and her for the way she came at Clarissa, I'm interested to see her fight, absolutely, and I'm wondering how she's gonna look.
Okay,
is she gonna become a little a great jabber and sit there? But no, she always gonna be slick. I think so. She might employ some of those aspects though, of that great jab, You know what I mean? When you think of the fighters under Derek James, we're gonna see. I'm absolutely excited to see that whole card. To be honest, yeah.
I always say when I watch a fight, like you said, if it go past the 7th, 8th round, I get nervous. I get nervous out there. I don't know what I'm gonna see. But
for who? For the women or just in
for Alicia, for her specifically, because of
yeah, but she ends up she seems to pull it off.
Yeah.
Even what was her name? Because I don't like her, Michaela Mayer. A lot of people felt like Michaela Mayer beat her.
You don't like Michaela Mayer?
No, I don't like. No, she's messy. I don't like messy women. And it is beyond just being boxing and having a little beef. She always nasty. I don't like her. I want to see her get beat. And
I think you gotta have some nastiness to you when it comes to boxing.
I said outside of boxing, she seems to be messy.
Okay.
Yeah, because even after that, remember after she got beat, she was like still out here talking crazy and being mean and nasty. And she started that stuff with Alicia too. So and then she just did it with Sandy Ryan twice. Like it's one thing to be beefing on some boxing stuff, but she's just like mean girl type, and I don't like that.
You think she had the paint thrown on Ryan? You think she had the paint thrown on her?
I did at the time. I sure did. And there's a new sheriff in town, though. That's all I can say. And I'm praying. But you know what? Okay, let me say this. That last fight with Sandy Ryan, I feel like, because again, even if I don't like these fighters, I ain't gonna lie about what I see in their skill set. And I feel like she improved. And she did well in the first Sandy Ryan fight to me, but I feel like she got better.
Yeah.
So I'll give her props and her respect for that. But there is a new sheriff in town, and I think she might be able to get at her, and that's Price.
Okay.
over in the UK. We gonna see.
We need like I always say, we got to see it in the ring. I want to see the fights.
I
You
do
know what I'm
too.
saying? That's what I want to see. I want to see get the smoke, man.
And
We ain't got-
there'll be unification. So I absolutely want to see that. Yeah.
Speaking on women's boxing, with Jake Paul having MVP promotions right now, although I'm not a fan of Jake Paul at all, me personally, but at the same time, I have to give him credit and respect for what he's doing for women boxing.
Yeah.
What's your thoughts on MVP promotions and how they're moving the women? Because an individual like Bob Arum will tell you, well, I don't even want to get too far into that.
I like it. I love it. I just recently heard about Amanda saying for one of her championship fights where she had already been a champion, it's like her fourth time, she only got $4,000 for that fight.
That's crazy work.
Yeah. So I am absolutely because here's the thing with women, and I know a lot of men don't like women's boxing, and that's fine. You know, you don't have to. But they are scrappy. I mean, they get in there and they be banging. They deserve to get paid. I don't know. I don't even care to argue whether or not they should get paid as much as the men. But they definitely deserve to be compensated because they're getting hit just like men do in the head. I just told you I think Amanda has CTE. Now she's fought long enough that she's secured a bag and stability for herself beyond fighting. But some of these young girls, if they're not getting paid, like let's say one of them becomes a vegetable, then what happened? And I feel the same way for the guys too. Like it just needs to be something in place in boxing, period, anyway, for their health. But the women deserve to. It should be a living wage if they are a professional fighter and they're doing this constantly. Like it's not right.
I ain't mad at it. Now look, I gotta tell you the truth. I ain't gonna lie to you. You know I love you. We 2 hours and 17 minutes into the interview, and we hadn't got to the topic I really want to talk about.
Oh gosh, just cut to the chase and let's start talking about this.
Let's do it. Are you ready for it?
I'll let you know. If I ain't, I'll just say I ain't.
I gotta ask this. So, me and you know I love running conspiracy shows. You done seen me talk wild. But I think I'll be in order. You'll probably call me out of order, but that's fine. I ain't got no problem.
No, everybody. I'm a tinfoil hat person.
So first things first, I want to ask this. You're a Hebrew Israelite, correct?
Yes.
So when was the first time that you came into contact with the Israelite community, and how did you end up becoming a Hebrew Israelite? And for those who don't know, one of my favorite co-workers of all time, somebody I love today, somebody I keep in contact with today, Claudette Rankin, she's a Hebrew Israelite as well. I think I told you this before. And we've had a lot of conversations like this. So I love these type of conversations. First things first, when did you, well, I ain't gonna say when. First off, how, and then when? You know what I'm saying? Did you follow, or did you come in contact with the Hebrew Israelites, and how did you become one yourself?
So, I told you about in trucking that I had the 3 months when I went to get my authority.
Right.
That's 3 months of looking up stuff, and I was on YouTube, and that's when I found. Now, mind you, I've always been, before that, a Christian, right? Mm-hmm. I told you I've been to private schools, so I was already a very spiritual person. But I stumbled across a channel of a gentleman he's not an Israelite anymore. He was very well known and brought a lot of people over. So that's how I found it. I have not I've met other people who feel like they are. So I have never been to none of them camps. I never would. I study for myself. I mean, there are people that I I listen to and get a little bit of guidance from in the beginning, but at this point I don't feel like I need it. And so nobody could tell you you're a Hebrew Israelite. And I don't even call it a Hebrew Israelite because there's a lot of Hebrews. Everybody in the Israelite though. There's a specific group of people that are Israelites. That's the bloodline. And I believe a lot of Black Americans are part of it. So that's how it's a moth in here. That's how that came about.
Okay.
Moth.
Now, hey, go ahead and get rid of. I just seen the moth fly in front of the camera.
It's going nuts.
I just seen him. He said, hey, we gonna talk about it. I'm gonna show out right now. That's
Yeah, he wouldn't hear, but it's all good. But nobody could tell you that you are or you're not. And again, some people follow the camps. I absolutely do not, because at the end of the day, the Bible says to study to show yourself approved. That doesn't mean that you don't need a church or whatever type of facility. You just need the Most High and you in the Bible.
It's interesting to me because me personally, I'm just speaking for myself. I was raised a Jehovah's Witness, right?
Yes, I remember saying that.
That's my grandmother, Jehovah's Witness to this day. I don't fall, but one of the things that I love being raised that way is I can always say, and I may not be able to interpret well, but I do. I know scripture. You know what I'm saying? And was raised on scripture. I did Bible readings at a young age. And
absolutely,
my goodness. So I remember my first Bible reading. We were talking about Manasseh, King Manasseh at the time. And some of the names of the lineage that the brother was in, you get up there at 8 years old trying to read some of these names. Well, a 10-minute Bible reading turned into 45 minutes in your mind because I'm like, man, I don't know none of these names. I can't say. I didn't practice it.
That would be something as an 8-year-old. Yeah. Wait a minute. Hold on a second.
You good?
I gotta use the restroom.
Real quick, shout out to my brother Texas G in the building. Salute to Texas G. Shout out to Steph in the building as well, man. Shout out to let me see, make sure I ain't miss. Shout out to Dr. Mark in the building. Salute Dr. Mark. We got Mr. Chairman in the building. Salute Mr. Chairman. You asking about candles around here. You out of order. Respectfully, of course, respectfully. Let me see. Frequent Flyer is in the building. Salute to my brother Frequent Flyer in the building, man. Salute, fam. Let me see if I missed anybody. Marky Dan calling somebody long-winded. I don't know how you call anybody long-winded, Marky Dan. You just as long-winded as all of us. Shout out to Kill or Be Killed in the building. Salute to Kill or Be Killed in the building, man. Let me see. There was somebody else I felt like I missed. Oh, my brother A1 Hoop Zone. A1 Hoop Zone is in the building as well, man. Salute, man. Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button tonight, man. Hit the like button. We having a great time. You know what I'm saying? We really finna get into it now because me and my sister, we ain't gotta agree. That don't mean we disagree. You know what I'm saying? This is for educational purposes, and sometimes these conversations need to be had. You know what I'm saying? You can't have them with everybody, but educated individuals, that's who you want to have a conversation with because they bring a different perspective, a different line of knowledge, and I think my sister Shawa, I think she has a great perspective on this topic right here that we're getting into. So, Shawa, real quick, did you put him in a jar and let him outside, right? The moth.
He went and disappeared right after I told you that, and then all of a sudden my old lady bladder came. I don't know where the moth went. It's all these ring lights.
So I want to add. So, like I said, growing up as a Jehovah's Witness, I done did these Bible readings. Like I said, hard to name some of them names that you got to name, especially when you're in First Kings and those type of things. But I want to speak more to your knowledge and your thought process as far as how it resonates with you, the Israelite community does. And when I say that, let me ask this. I know you said never really been into camps, those type of things. Shout
I
out
mean, I
to
started there though, like most people do when they get into it. That's where your knowledge base kind of comes from.
okay.
As far as understanding who they were, and why they say that the bulk of Black Americans are. That's where I think a lot of people, because other than that, nobody, and they've been doing that for years, but it was just my time to hear it, and that was like 2017. So yeah.
Okay, and it's crazy you say 2017. That's the exact time that, and mind you, it's probably started in 11. So yeah, probably about 2017 to 2021, 22, somewhere in that was when me and Claudette worked together. You know what I'm saying? And when I say we worked together, I mean like I'm her. Hey, she was always the senior manager out there as far as me and her went. So I was under her tutelage. You know what I'm saying? And she ain't never straightened me wrong as far as work went. And we could always have these conversations. We used to watch Sinetta during work. I don't know if y'all know who Sinetta is, but we used to watch it, and then we would just have different conversations. You know what I'm saying? And
that's Pan-Africanism, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
But
and go ahead.
I was gonna say, eventually though, he started having the Israelites on, and at one point I think he was trying to be one-ish, and then now he's not. So
well, he switched it up on you. He went one way, then he went to Kemet. You know what I'm saying? Like it was a lot going on. There was a lot going on.
I didn't watch a lot of Sunday, but I know exactly who he is. Yes.
but no, and shout out to him, man. Shout out. My thing is at least bring, whether I agree with you or not. You know what I'm saying? Bring the information to the people, and let everybody make their own decisions. And I ain't got no problem with it. So I want to ask this. Is interesting to me because when we get into breaking down, because I believe, and I say this respectfully, you would call it a culture, not a religion, right?
Being an Israelite?
Yes.
I wouldn't call it a culture either.
What would you call it?
Just who I am. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how to explain it above that.
Okay.
Because I mean, there could be a culture that goes along with it. But I think it's just who I am. And I think that's by birthright, by blood. It's not a religion, though, because that Bible belonged to the Israelites. It was just like a familial book.
So biblically speaking, or not even biblically speaking, before we get to that, before we get to biblical, when we're talking about the Israelites, I know, and how I want to put it, it's always one of the biggest books. One of the biggest books I've always heard spoke on is the book of Deuteronomy, right?
Yes.
How Deuteronomy kind of lays out what's going to happen to these certain individuals if they don't follow the laws and the commandments and statutes of the Most High, right?
Yes.
And how that will be spread throughout the nations, those type of things. And when Christ came back, he's calling on those individuals that was spread. I got you. That was spread out, right?
Yeah, it's not just everybody.
Right. And so, could you break down? And I don't know exactly how to get directly started on the conversation, so I'm gonna lean on you a little bit on this one. But could you break down exactly how everybody isn't called and how there's a certain bloodline that is being talked about biblically speaking?
Okay, so like you were saying, the book of Deuteronomy absolutely it gives you a guide to who would fit the narrative or who would fit in this box of who would be considered a bloodline. And then you would look into your own history of your family, and if it applies, then obviously, that would be you. And there are us, and actually, I can't not let me not say that, because it also says that we were scattered to the four corners. So there are others, and that's why I said before, it's also a calling. It's a spiritual calling, because I found it and it hit me in a certain place, and I was like, yeah, I feel this. Anyway, so yeah, at the end of the day, the Bible absolutely says that in the beginning, the Most High says that he has one group of people that he loves on this earth, and that everybody else is to like spittle in a bucket. He has a favorite everything, right? And but his children, the children of Israel, are his people, and his son, who people call Jesus, absolutely says that he came back for the lost sheep of Israel. And I think there's a lot of confusion, and there's people who would probably disagree with me that are Israelites, but he talks about going to the Gentiles. When you start studying this stuff, you get into the meanings of words, and I've always liked the meanings of words, etymology, right? Well, he talks about the Gentiles. Well, there are two groups in the Bible when it talks about Gentiles, but it doesn't really distinguish. You have to read within the context. There are Gentiles that are people who are not Israelites, and they could be Hebrews, but they're not Israelites. They could be the other nations. Those are Gentiles. But then there's also a group that came off of the 10 northern tribes that were lost amongst the world. When you hear about Hellenists in Roman times, a lot of those were Black Israelites in Rome. So, and when it talks about the fall in 770 AD, the fall of the okay, you've heard of the Apocrypha, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. Yeah. So the fall of Israel, then when the Romans came and desecrated the church and put pig's blood and all that stuff, like those were Gentiles as well. But again, you just get into the context of it. When you're reading, you have a better understanding. And that's my thing. A lot of people don't actually like to actually sit down and read that Bible and start doing the precepts, and it's work.
It's a lot of work.
Yeah.
One of the most interesting. My sister froze again. But one of the most interesting.
Am I still frozen?
Is that when you do sit down and when you try to go through, like you said, those precepts, it's so interesting how you can connect the New Testament, the Old Testament, how you can connect them with each other in certain ways. I've heard people say that they kind of go against each other, you know what I'm saying, in certain ways as well. I always say I ain't the smartest person, so that's why I kind of get confused in there at times. But just listening, because even in the New Testament, it doesn't say that Jesus came to save. No, he came to fulfill. Right? He came to fulfill the Old Testament. And so if he came to fulfill it, that means that the Old Testament had to still be living, right? It has to still. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so when he fulfills, because he does. He says, "I didn't come, I came to fulfill, not to change a jot or a tittle, or however that passage goes." What it is that you're not required to, because in the Old Testament, in order to to
Repent.
get your sins to be forgiven.
Repent,
Because
to
it really
repent.
wasn't really repentance, but yeah, you could. It was a penance, maybe, right?
Right.
You would give a wave of wheat, some flour. You would give your first newborn lamb, or unblemished lamb, like that's what he fulfilled. You don't have to actually go through those acts, because that's what was making Israel also fall off. From my understanding, you don't have to go through those acts. He fulfilled the law in a sense, but there are still, we don't even know who the Levites are today, right? Who were the priests? Because that's who you would take your wine or your sheep to pay for your sins.
I've heard theories.
Okay.
I've heard theories of the Levites and who they are today, but I can't prove none of it.
I don't. If you're talking about that chart, I don't like that.
Okay.
I absolutely don't like that. And the man who made it came out and said that he just made it up. But plus, that chart put a whole bunch of people on here. I don't believe they're Israelites, but that's just my opinion. I can't tell, because the Most High said that he's going to do as he wills, and he will accept who he will. So I can't say who will and won't. I might, just because you're an Israelite don't mean you get into heaven. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. All of our righteousness is as filthy rags to him. So it really doesn't matter at the end of the day. But his children absolutely are the ones that he's coming back for. But it does involve repentance and trying to live a righteous life. You know what I mean? And definitely repenting daily, talking to the Most High daily. Absolutely.
One of the things that I always find myself conflicted with is that coming up as a Jehovah's Witness, I'm not one now. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my grandmother. She still is. But they speak on the 144,000, right? And those are supposedly, and I'm not going off of Israelite I'm not going off of the Israelite doctrine in this situation, more the witness doctrine, but these are the individuals who's supposed to be ruling in heaven with Jesus, right?
Yes. Well, yeah, they're gonna rule over the rest of Israel. Yeah. And
that's the second part that I was.
And that's not in heaven. That's on earth, by the way. The Bible tells you that.
Everything, and I always say, my grandma, she always tell me there ain't no such thing as heaven to hell. You know what I'm saying? You ain't going to heaven, you ain't going to hell. When you die, your body go back to the form. Go back to the dust. You know what I'm saying? It ain't no suffering, none of that. God is all loving, so He's not gonna make people suffering this pit of fire, or whatever is described as. At the same time, is no heaven as well, because it'll always be a earth here, and it'll be you having domain over the earth that you're living on after those certain individuals have been removed from it. I don't know. I want to see, and my question is how does that line up with the Hebrew Israelite doctrine as far as heaven, hell, that type of thing goes? How does that line up? Is there heaven? Is there hell in the doctrine that you follow?
Well, I mean, again, the doctrine is the Bible, if that's what you want to call a doctrine. But it says that Zion comes down. So I definitely believe that there is some heavenly realm. Exactly what it is, none of us know. But it even says that his throne, and that the sky is going to open right when Yahushua comes down. So I definitely believe that there is a heavenly realm. But when the earth is renewed, when the sky is cracked open, it comes down here, and Yahushua reigns over the earth for 1,000 years, right? But it also does say that people are going to be put into a pit of fire. So I think that's what is hellfire. As for me personally, I believe there is a place called Sheol, which would be below. And I do believe that people are tormented there until Judgment Day. And I think on Judgment Day, those people and the people that are alive and living now that are going to be punished, I do think that they are going to be put in the fire like the Most High said. If you want to call that hell.
I ain't mad at it. Mad at it. So let me ask this. Even speaking to that form of it, how do I want to ask this question? Heaven and I don't even want to forget heaven and hell. Forget that piece of it. The individuals that's occupying the earth today, right? I don't think we know, and the Bible tells us we live in the world of the wicked one, right?
Yeah.
The world is in the the world is in the hands of the
wicked. Yes.
Right.
Absolutely.
And so I always ask, and this is me being I say conspiracy theorist. I think it's a valid question. What would be the point of creating this world to have and have this many people that are in the hands of the wicked one, following these wicked, because we see it on a daily basis now. It ain't something new. The Bible tell you what's good will be called bad, and what's bad will be called good. And we see this on a daily basis.
Absolutely.
So I always ask, as the most high, the most powerful individual, why would you put your children in that type of format? If it's me, and I would ask you, and I know my mind is much more simple than anything that the Most High could ever think of, right?
Mine too.
Much more simple.
None of us can have his thoughts, right?
but at the same time, I think it's still a valid conversation to have, because.
Okay, so give me the actual question. What is
the question is, why would you put the people that the individuals you created, why would you even make it to be in this way?
That they are downtrodden and ruled over by the wicked?
Yeah.
Because they were hard-headed. They are his children. They didn't listen. And then you have to consider this. Again, I'm not the Most High. So I absolutely do not even want to try to step in his shoes. But this is what my understanding is, and this is my feeling of his holiness, right? Is that he loves his children so much. And sometimes I try to think about this with my very own, right? That when he told his children not to do certain things, and they basically spat in his face, that he punished them. But the thing is, he's punished them several times, and he told them, if you do this, then I'm going to do this. And they were breaking their father's heart. So imagine your children, and you've given them chances, but this is such a higher level. This is an omnipotent being, and his plan for his children is beyond what me or you could consider as far as the end game, right? We would rule again, because at one point we did. You would rule over this earth righteously, because again, he's holy. And I don't think people, because this world is so wicked, because everything that we go through, I don't think people understand what holiness is, being set apart is. So That's why I say our mind can't even fathom to think, why would he do that? But it's clear that he said that he would curse his children. And when you, everything that Bible says as well is how he would curse his children. It's happened. It's absolutely happened. And it's absolutely happened to one group of people. And a lot of us here in America, Black Americans, we fit that to a T. To a T. Our history. And you just look at this, and this is why I like history as well. Because I told you, you could precept the Bible, the Old and the New Testament, but you can also precept the Bible with history. It fits. It falls right in line. And there's other books as well, but yeah.
One of the most interesting things, I think we were over at BVO show when we kind of broached this conversation, and now we're bringing it back up. History, right? I love history. I've always said one of the ways I kind of got to my thought process is that I looked at, well, who was the progenitor of this religion or this culture, whatever, and where did they come from, right? Mm-hmm. Always led me back to ancient Samaria, those type of things, the Sumerian texts, those type of things.
Christianity did?
No. Well, I think we were both.
Or you just mean that history lead you back?
No. I think we would both agree that Abraham was the progenitor of what we would call today the three main religions: Christianity, Judaism, Islam. I think we would. Go ahead.
I wouldn't say he's a progenitor of that. I would just say he was the first Hebrew that is spoken of, right? Okay. Because man made those other religions. Man made religion. Again,
in general.
This is not a religion. This is a family. This is a bloodline from Adam. And Abraham is the first one that we hear about, because again, you consider the world we live in, and this is why a lot of people like to not mess with the Bible, because it absolutely has been tampered with, right?
Right.
But there were other men before Abraham. There were men that taught Abraham. So,
but that's what I always go back to is when I look at Abraham.
Yeah.
Where did Abraham come from, right? And this is how, like I always say, this is how I end up back in Samaria, is because Abraham was from where? Ur of the Chaldeans, right? And you look up where Ur was ancient Sumeria.
Yeah, I've seen some people guesstimate a different place, but yeah, we know his father was a Chaldean, correct?
And so then I look in that's really when I start to look into ancient Sumeria, and I'm like, okay, well, what were they learning over there? What were the belief systems over there? Hence the reason you done heard me talk about the Anunnaki and alien. You done heard me talk about all of it probably.
I haven't, because some of that stuff, yeah.
You be like, Dub out of order. He out of order right now. But
no,
okay.
I mean, I've been down that path, and I think that those things are absolutely something else. But yeah.
What do you mean when you say something else, if you don't mind?
I think they are the Nephal. I think they're the Nephilim, and the Nephilim, and I think they're also the fallen angels. I think that's what these other entities from back then are, as well as some of the gods that were worshipped. As you get beyond, like Abraham and into the time of Moses, some of these other beings, because there absolutely are other little g gods, absolutely, but there's only one creator. which is the Most High, right? And I think some of those other little g gods were fallen angels.
Okay. So do you think they were the ones who had the influence on some of these other cultures?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I mean, this is according to what the Bible says, right? Because everything that we were taught that we weren't supposed to know, fire, makeup, like it goes down the line of
cutting the roots.
Yeah, the cutting of roots. Like it tells you what particular being taught that. And then when you start getting into some of the extra books, like the Book of the Giants, and like it then you start seeing where they had the children with the women. And
Right.
the
Book of Enoch was special to me. I love the Book of Enoch. Me personally.
The Book of Adam and Eve, like it's there are other books that have came out, and the Bible said it that in the times that their knowledge would be increased, and knowledge is increased, and it's not just increased biblically. We're seeing all kinds of things coming out, right? People are having an increase in knowledge about stuff like the Anunnaki and I don't know, I'm not for sure, but I would imagine too, about Egyptian gods and all that stuff. So
it's interesting because when you look at, and one of the things I love to do, I love looking at these quote unquote ancient civilizations, right? And it started with Sumer for me, but it went to Sumer, it went to Egypt, it went to the Aztecs, the Mayans. You kind of, you know what I'm saying? And that's just me. I love knowledge anyways, and so that's what I like. I like to talk about these type of things.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
nothing wrong with that.
And so when you go look and I see, well, all right, this is what the Aztecs and the Incans believed in, which is somewhat different from the Egyptians and the Sumerians, the Dogon tribes. It's different, but there's still somewhat of a common theme there. You know what I'm saying? It's still somewhat of a common theme. And when I look at the common themes, you see different things. The serpent, right? The serpent is a common theme in all of these cultures.
Even.
Exactly. And so then, hey, I'm drawing parallels. Are they right? Probably not. But at the same time, my mind can only work as good as my mind can work. That's it. That's the best I can do.
I'm not much different from you in that, because I'm definitely not that more in depth. Now I understand the threads that tie. There is serpent through all of this. Exactly what that boils down to, I don't know. I have heard some interesting things. And especially even in this so-called, what people would call Christianity, about some of the angels being serpentine. So
right. It's hard to say. That's what I usually end up with. It's really hard to say what's true. You know what I'm saying?
That's true. Well, it just depends on what you believe, I guess, right?
Well, my thing is I done believed a lot in life. I don't believe a lot in life.
But yeah.
Well, I'm saying, growing up as a kid, I believed that. I don't want to go too far into that.
Okay.
I love my. Hey, I don't want to say the wrong things out here, but
okay.
I don't believe a lot of things that I found out weren't true, right? And so that's why I want to dig. I want to dig for the knowledge. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. One of the greatest things, I think, me personally, is that knowledge is something that you work for money, you work for a lot of stuff. one of the most important things you can work for is knowledge, because the more you understand, the better grasp.
Why do you gotta work for knowledge, Doug?
Well, knowledge isn't just given. Knowledge is hidden. Matter of fact,
That
knowledge
doesn't
is
mean
one
you
of the
gotta
most.
work for it. You just access it.
No. Well, that access take work.
Well, it depends. Okay, put it like this: if it's something they're trying to hide, and you have to actually pay for it, I guess then you have to work for it. But there's a lot of free knowledge floating around on here. People just do not like to access it. They don't have the time, or they don't have the desire, I think, personally.
Oh, we take the time over here. We love. Hey, I take the time. That I would prefer knowledge over money any day of the week. And I don't know if that's the best way to live life, but at the same time, you have to work to find some of these things out. If you don't go do the research, that's research is work. And if you don't go do that, go ahead.
It's the reward, and a lot of people miss out on that because one, they don't do it. But it's the reward. In I told you the other day that I liken a lot of this to a puzzle, right?
Right.
And when you start to study and you get to different places, and I think it's personal for everybody. Everybody has their own personal puzzle, but you start putting pieces together again with different sources. Like that's why I say I like history, because I feel like it precepts with the Bible for me personally. So it's a matter of how much do you want to understand? How far are you willing to go? And with what you're saying is kind of where I used to be, where I would want to go into different things, but then I start seeing a pattern from my personal self where these things fit into my puzzle. You know what I mean?
I do. I understand it.
But some people will forever search because nothing really fits for them.
Well, and my thing always is I can see one thing, right? And I can see how it aligns here. But then I can also go and research somewhere else and see where, well, there's a correlation there as well. And it's not on the same, like these individuals weren't agreeing with each other as far as what they're speaking on.
But there's a commonality.
Right. There's still a correlation there. And so that's why I always say, I don't think, I've gotten to the point in my mind, I don't think I'll ever know what's completely right. I don't believe that. But I do think that as long as I continue to search for the knowledge and the fight for these type of things to be put out there, one of the reasons I love talking about megaliths is because somebody had to put them there. Somebody had to build this stuff.
Absolutely.
So who were these people? Who was building these things? I got a whole what's the word? I'm watching a whole conference right now. You know, they just found different sites up under the pyramids, right? And
in Egypt, yes.
And so now I'm watching video after. I'm trying to figure out what's going on there. How did this come about?
Okay, when you are jumping and hopping all over the place, where do you settle? Like, where do you feel settled? Where do you find some understanding? Because you're kind of going from place to place to place.
I haven't.
Like, do you finish one thing before you move on to the next thing? Like, I'm just curious.
I can finish as much as is out there in the public. You know what I'm saying? As much as I can find on it. And whenever I start to research something, I try my best to go as in depth as I can into it.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is even with me going, I went in depth into the pyramids, and now we got new discoveries on the pyramids.
Okay, so the pyramids. because we had this conversation one time.
Ain't got no problem with it.
So we talked about the Emerald Tablets.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so did you look into what I said about them? Have you found them?
I still haven't found Queen. What's her name? Say it for me.
Oh, Queen Mu.
I haven't found her yet.
No, that's just a book. That is a book. And I said that I would give you the two books that came before it, but I'm speaking specifically of the Emerald Tablets because I recall having a conversation, and it wasn't you so much as I think it was maybe
Cash. My brother Cash.
It might have been Cash Crypto. About the fact that no one has laid eyes on these things.
I haven't. So even when it comes to the Emerald Tablets, I haven't seen anybody say specifically they've laid eyes on the Emerald Tablets. I haven't seen that. I've seen the reporting from them, but I haven't seen anybody say this is where I've seen it at. This is what it is.
Yeah, because they can't, because that man never procured them. That's why I say I don't know. And again, at the end of the day, my thing is I don't want to ever. I'm not trying to sway people to where I am because it's a calling, right? I feel like so. But when I look into other things, and then I see stuff like that, and I'm like, But at the end of I also understand because mine is a faith that's of things unseen, right? But that's still it's not an actual physical object that should exist. That, like, I don't know. I'm just talking smack a little bit. I'm gonna stop.
No, you good. Keep going. No, you good. Keep
I'm
going.
just saying, like, and when you start looking into some of these, that's why I said too, knowledge it really is free. Until you start really getting down to the brass tacks, then that's when you start finding these brick walls where these books are costing $1,000 and upwards. That's when you know you are close, you're on to something, right? You're on the right path. But how much does one give? There are people out here who will buy those types of books and share that information. But then it kind of gets lost in the sea, and again, it's just fishing again to find these little fine-tuned things. But I don't know. I just don't buy into that. And again, yeah, everything has its starts, like you said, somewhere. There are threads throughout all of it, but everything does have a start somewhere. And then I think there were kind of these copycat things that happened along the way.
One of the things you brought up earlier, and you brought this up the other night, and this where I love this about you. You speak on history, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I was listening to you kind of go into, and you didn't want to say too much. Well, this is the show to say too much. You brought up a virus. You know what I'm saying? You brought up you brought up a lot of different subjects in that conversation.
That's just cold speak, but yeah.
Well, I understand the code. I think I do, white folks. But I want to break that down a little more, historically speaking, from your perspective, not mine, because I give my perspective all the time on here. I want to hear your perspective.
Yeah.
Historically speaking, how do you see things? How did things play out historically for it?
Like from the very beginning?
I don't even know if we know. Well, I'm gonna go from your perspective. Yes, from the very beginning. Let's say yes. I always say I'm not sure what the very beginning truly is, so I have a theory on that. But I want your opinion on historically speaking. How do you see life on this earth playing out, and the biblical stories that we've heard? How do you see it historically?
Like what happened chronologically, kind of thing.
Yeah.
In short, I do believe, yes, that the Most High created the earth the way the Bible says that he did. But I do believe, and I believe that was like, it wasn't like a day, because what is a day to the Most High?
1,000 years.
Exactly, right? So I also do believe that that earth in the beginning had giant trees, lots of oxygen on this earth, right? And because when you start getting into like the mud floods and all that type of stuff, you find out a lot of these things we call the plateaus or the mountains, that they're possibly tree stumps, right? So I believe that this was a rich earth for 1,000 years with nothing. Then I do believe, yes, he created people. I don't know if I would call them people, but he created, he in the little g gods made another group of man. For what it's worth, you call that man what you want, whether you want to call that man Neanderthal or Denisovan or whatever it was.
We gonna call it man just for this conversation.
Yeah. Then I believe that all of us, and I can't say all of us, many of us, especially the children, we're spirits, right? We were a spirit before we got here. We're gonna be a spirit when we leave, until we get our new bodies here. We were a spirit in that heavenly realm, because I told you I do believe there's a heavenly realm, and I believe we knew Yahushua there. I believe we knew Lucifer there. I believe we were all brothers and sisters there, and Adam and Eve as well. But they were sent here first to be our mother and our father, and they had children, and you know how the biblical story goes, right? So that's what I believe. That's what I believe happened. And as far as like, where did the virus come from, right? I think they are one, either some of the man, or they can also be a mixture of man with the fallen. That's what I believe. Because when Cain was sent out, he was sent to the land of Nod, right? Well, I don't know where that went, but
no, I'm right here. I'm listening.
I'm asking.
I agree 100%. Okay. After he killed Abel, he was sent, and they said the land of Nod, but he was sent out into the other people. He was sent out to the other people.
There were other people there. We agree. Now the thing is, I don't know that those were people like me and you are people. But clearly they had to have been compatible people, because he had children, right?
He was able to procreate. He was able to
procreate. But I almost think of this as something possibly like what Esau did, because the Hittites and the Hivites that Esau was not supposed to mess with, those were not people like us. If you start looking up who the Hittites and the Hivites were, they were probably what you would call the Neanderthals, where he was having children with.
So would we say the same thing about the individuals from Canaan?
I've heard some. Okay, again, it's so much knowledge out here.
And I want real quick. I just want to say I ain't trying to put you on the spot, nothing like that. So I don't want you to feel
No,
I just love the conversation.
It does. It sounds crazy a little bit, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure about everything. I don't know everything. I know what I come across and what I read. Canaan, and the Canaanites. Okay, have you ever heard of dog people?
You said dog people?
Have you ever heard of dog people?
Dog people.
DOG people.
No.
You never heard of the That's the Catholic Church. It was supposedly a man who had the face of a dog. Like, this is some of the things that I've heard about Canaanites. This and also Enoch, the book of Enoch talks about these beings that are half human and half, now whether those are Nephilim or not, I don't know. But yeah.
But the interesting thing that I always see,
I don't think these people are all us, the children of God, right? Yeah.
But some of the most interesting things that I see, right, when you look at, and like I say, speaking on just different tribes around the world, ancient tribes that I've studied, they all have some type of animal quality about themselves, whether it's the snake, the eagle, the lion. They all have these different animal characteristics that they've been that's how they're shown
in other nations.
In other nations.
Yeah, they liken themselves to animals. Yes.
And so, is this? And my question always ends up being: is this literal? Literal? Oh my goodness! Literal? Is this literal or is this figurative? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's when you really start putting on the tinfoil, and me as well. I don't know. I would like to think with the Book of Enoch that they didn't tamper with that so much. We definitely know they did with the Bible, right?
Right.
I think with the Book of Enoch, they may have actually just taken things out, which they did with the Bible as well. But I don't think they tamper with it as much. As far as the information and the weird things that you read.
The Book of Enoch, I'm just going to be honest, that was one of the most interesting books I've ever read.
You got to read some of the other books then that have came out as far as the books that the church supposedly took out. Which
I hadn't read the entire Apocrypha. I haven't read the entire thing. But I've read a lot of the books in the Apocrypha.
All these books are not in the Apocrypha that I'm talking about.
And see, that's why we got you here, so you can
book
bring
of Adam and Eve. Because the Israelite that I am is different than your run-of-the-mill Israelite. I have a belief a little bit beyond what like the camps believe in. I believe that some of them came here to America, absolutely, and lived in Central America and ended up in like the Utah region. It's something totally different. I believe that also something happened to those people and someone was murdered and people that the virus assumed, which they always do, they assume their identity. But when have they not assumed people's identity with all the issues that are running around the face of the earth?
Right. I want to ask this, because when we're speaking on the quote unquote virus, right? I always, biblically speaking, it say the world will be in the power or be in the hands of the wicked one, right? We see who are running the world right now. We see who's running it.
And who's running it even above them. I think the shadow government, I think, has been absolutely exposed just within this past week. So yeah.
Shout out to Trump, man. Shout out to Trump. He might be a part of some of it, but he exposes some of it.
He's fulfilling prophecy. He is. He absolutely is.
He exposes some of it. People hate when I say it, and I be like, I rock with Trump. I love when he come out and say some of this stuff that he's saying and call these folks out. Me personally.
I don't love no demons, but okay.
Ain't mad at it. Sometimes, the truth got to come through somebody.
Yeah, well, the Most High will use whatever tool he wishes, including the wicked.
Whatever you feel necessary.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I was just gonna say at the end of the day, because I think you asked me about this earlier, and I meant to say it. You were asking me. I think at the end of the day, his thing is to show that he exists. That, and again, and that's where I think, like I said, the Bible plays into it. Where I said that so many things that have happened in the Bible, you can see through history, and you can see it through a particular group of people today. So I think that at the end of the day, because sometimes I think of it and I'm like, this is like a play, because the Bible says that he knows the beginning from the end. So everything just has to play out, but he already knows. He already knew you.
But this is, and I'm gonna tell you the truth, sis. This is where I be getting upset. And this is the human in me, if I can say it that best. This is the human in me. Man, if you already knew this was gonna play out this way, why would you stop it from the beginning? Don't let it play out this way. Let it play out in a way that your creation that you supposedly love, that we're gonna flourish here. Let it play out that way. Why would you even say, I'm gonna create you, right? I'm gonna create evil as well. And then I'm gonna let them overtake. But I got you. What? As a parent, and this is why I always say, I look at it from the simple mind. I'm never
wouldn't put your children through that type of trial.
I wouldn't even try. That wouldn't even be necessary. I want you to be in the best possible situation possible. And if ain't no way I'm gonna sit here and say, that's almost like me saying, all right, now I know if I put the wrong girl around you, you're gonna fornicate, you're gonna do the wrong thing.
Fall off.
But so why would I even tempt you?
Because you have a choice at the end of the day. We all have choices.
No, we don't.
That's universal. Yes, we do.
How we got choices if you already know what's going to happen?
He knows. But day to day, do you not choose? He just knows how you're gonna choose.
He know exactly. He know everything I'm gonna choose.
Absolutely, he does.
So why would you even, if you know him will fall short, because we all fall short of the glory of God.
Short of the glory of God.
We all fall short of
our righteousness is like filthy rags to him. You're right.
But if you know I'm gonna fall short of your glory, why would you even put me in that situation? You love me.
Okay, so
I'm just telling you my mindset.
Before we got here, I told you I think we're all spirit. We all came from a place where we were spirits, and we made a choice to even come here. We made a choice to go through this existence, right? I think all this is for the Most High to show his hand, to show his power, to show that, like I said, now that we're here, because you're disconnected from what you were as a spirit. You have a spirit, and like I say, sometimes some of us are called. Some of you feel that pull, right, to him. And I think that pull is the people who are and want to be the righteous, and there are very few in the world when you really think about it. The world is a majorly wicked place, but his children made a choice to come here and go through this existence, and you have choices. Now he knows what we're going to choose in the end. I don't know right now, like I said, what's going to happen to me in the end. I know where my heart is, but will I fall off at the end? I don't know. Do you?
Nah, I have no clue. But that's the worst part about it, is that I know how screwed, I know how messed up I am. I know how messed up I am, right?
Well, we all are. But again, it comes down to you just asking, you're repenting, right? Daily. And I mean, there are other things that go into it. And I think a lot of people, when I say this or when I talk about this, and when you read it, a lot of people feel like maybe, he's special kind of individual, and I don't want to call the Most High names, but a lot of people don't like him for this, and I get it, but I don't feel that. I don't hate the Most High for putting me through this.
But it's not about that piece of it. My thing is,
Some
and
people do though.
no, I understand that. I do understand it. But my thing is, I look at it from the perspective that I live in. That's the only perspective I can really look at it from. So, this individual, this all omniscient power. You know what I'm saying? This omniscient. I hope I'm saying it the right way. I'm probably saying it wrong, but
omnipotent.
Thank you. This being right here, you know the answers. When I was born here, and I don't know if I chose to come here or not. I don't remember any of that. I don't remember it. I don't know if I chose to come here. Maybe I did, but you know that, man. If you put me around the wrong people, if you put me around the most beautiful, some of the most beautiful women, hey, I'm gonna be weak at the knees. You already know I'm gonna be weak at the knees.
Yeah, well, I mean that's the state of the flesh, right? Because what does your spirit say? It
tell me no on a regular basis, but Hey, I'm gonna live my life on a daily basis.
And then what do you choose? And now that we're talking about it, it kind of even gives me. I feel like I get a little bit of clarity. Who do you choose in the end? We made a choice to come here. We're here. We're going through this trial, right? And it is a trial because there are things that are thrown in our face that will break your will, that will bend. And it can or will separate you from the Most High. Because again, I think it's a lot of just the NPCs walking around here. I ain't gonna lie. You know what an NPC is, right?
Non-player characters, right?
It's a whole bunch of them walking around here. And there are some who have a connection to the Most High. And you are making a choice. Are you gonna choose him? Or are you gonna choose the world? Do you choose worldly things or do you choose the Most High?
Would you put your child in that situation?
I'm not the Most High.
Then that's that.
I would punish my children. Would I go to this extent? No, but I'm not. I'm not that great. I'm not that great. I don't need to show forth my power in this earth. You know what I mean? I don't.
But the greater you are, the less you need to show your power.
Not really.
I think the greater you,
Well, when people don't believe, then what? You just don't let them believe. You don't continue.
Well, you knew they weren't gonna believe from the beginning.
And at the end of the day, who are we talking about believing? Because it's not about them other people, right? It's just a particular group of people. Because what's going to happen to the majority? They're going to burn. He said he's going to burn the earth. The first time it was the flood.
Second time by fire. I don't know. I always look at it, and I think really the way I look at it now is that ain't no way you can be. I don't know. I really don't know. I don't want to say ain't no way. Let me rephrase that comment. I ain't saying ain't no way. I don't think that it's almost like saying I know that if my son get an opportunity to stay up late, if I present him with that opportunity, he's going to take that opportunity. He's going to take it. Now, he know he got to be in school. Like I know he got to be in school.
Do you think school is important to the Most High?
That ain't but that's what I'm using. I'm using the lowest. I'm trying to use the lowest level though.
But that's the thing. You can't, and that's why I say you cannot. You can't try to put yourself in the mind of the Most High. We can't speak for him. Definitely can't put myself in his shoe. Like no. You can try, but then look at the example you just gave me. I'm like, man, that ain't even it. That ain't. It's greater than that. It's greater than that.
But
And then
if we know that ain't it, if me and you know that ain't it, with that example that I just used, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this is an example of me trying to compare, and I probably shouldn't do it, but I'm doing it. Is me trying to compare myself to what I would do with my children versus what the Most High is doing with His children, right? That's the comparison that I'm making. If I know at the lowest level, if I give this brother the opportunity to stay up as long as he want to, knowing he got school tomorrow, and he gonna end up not waking up doing what he's supposed to do, I'm gonna have to go in there and flip the bed over, throw water on his face just to get him to school.
Okay, let me ask you: do you think all children are like that? Every last one.
I think if you give a child the opportunity to stay up late, they're gonna stay up late.
Okay, so let's say you do that when you do it consistently, and that child goes through that, and they go to school, and they are just, and it starts affecting. And again, do you think that child will continue to do that? Every child? Do you think every child is like that?
Not. It's hard for me to say every child because I don't know. It's hard for me to say that, but I would say the majority.
Okay, so you just used an example of trying to take something greater to something smaller. So here's my example of something greater to something smaller. The majority ain't gonna make it. Only the few make it.
But why would you create these people if you don't want them to make it?
I don't care. I just tell you this. I want to make it. Why does it have any bearing off of somebody who wants to make it? I don't care.
I want everybody to make it.
I don't. Because everybody's not good. Everybody does not have good intention. If everybody was to make it, then that means the wicked get to make it too. Absolutely not.
So does wicked outweigh good in your opinion?
What do you mean?
As far as the amount of people, I'm not saying.
Heck yeah. I mean, it clearly says that, but you could also see it. You can
why would you put the world in the hands of the wicked one?
Who's the world?
The people living on this earth. That's what I'm gonna say.
No, the world in that particular
passage.
It's not.
It's speaking strictly of the children of Israel.
The children of Israel.
I got you.
And see, that's why I say when you start really reading the Bible, and then you start actually studying the etymology of some of these words, with like the Blue Letter Bible, because it's taking it back to the original language, right? The Hebrew. Then this is when you start finding out that everything that we thought meant something in the Bible don't mean exactly what the heck people thought it meant. That particular word. And see, this is also where I say, and this is why I think this is the beauty of the Most High, and I feel like it's Him. I said that those camps are an entry. It really is. It grabs some people, some spirits. They're like, oh, I gravitate towards this. But then beyond that, when you start to study for yourself, I mean, they give you like little keys. This is where I learned about the Blue Letter Bible. And then, it may have led me into something else, but these are just tools that you pick up. So now I could do that. Now I have that on my phone. You know what I mean? So if I'm reading the Bible and I see a particular word and I'm like, this word, that's how I found out there's two different Gentiles. I mean, it wasn't meant for everybody at the end of the day, I guess. I don't think it's meant for everybody.
Then why create people that it ain't meant for?
For his children's sake. And I know that sounds so jacked up to some people, but doesn't also that other people are like spittle to him, surely that hurts some people's feelings as well.
Amazing.
I'm just saying that I don't know. At the end of the day, it is what it is, and his children have been through a lot and still go through a lot to this very day.
I agree.
Yeah, and it's for a reason, because our ancestors fell off.
But
they fell off.
Biblically speaking, you can't be at one point in time, according to the Old Testament, you can't be punished for your father's what's the word that they use? They didn't use sins. What do they call it? For your father's downfall, and that's the word I'm gonna use here. A child ain't gonna be punished for their father's downfall. We would agree on that, right?
You mean that? Yeah. I mean, in this world.
Yes.
What you're talking about is people suffering for the sins of their fathers.
Right.
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 So you're saying in this world, people don't do that, or they do? Because there are such things as a curse, right? Familial curses.
You get into curses. You probably know more about a curse than I.
Yeah, I don't, and I don't mean like voodoo or.
No, I don't mean nothing like that. I don't mean that.
But I'm like, yeah, because we're seeing it happen right now. We're seeing it happen right now. The people that was oppressing another group of people, they're starting to catch hell right now, and it's just. And it's funny that Rick Timms, I love you, great brother, but he's in here talking his stuff, and that's cool. But we
shout out to my brother Rick
that.
Timms, man. Shout out to the sunny side, man. Shout out to the sunny side.
The last time I was on here, he got into that, and he believes that. Yeah, they're starting to feel the curses because it's starting to reverse onto them, and we are seeing it every day. We just, again, in this last week, a lot has happened that is speaking to revelation, that is speaking to prophecy. It is speaking to that Bible that he's calling a Bible. Yeah. It's happening. We're living in this time right now.
Do you think we in the last days?
Absolutely. A lot of people don't. My husband don't.
Hey,
but yeah, they're turning against one another. Like, hey, the curses of being able to have children, like all this stuff. The fact that the veil has lifted and everything is coming to light now. A lot of people who are into other things, they would just say, we're in the age of Aquarius. And we are, actually. Yeah. In the age of Aquarius, it does. It says that things will be exposed. And the age before that was an age of, of the Messiah. Him coming and going. But, it is a connection with everything, Dub. It's crazy. Everything does have some thread, you know what I mean? It may not be an outright connection that we see as people trying to figure things all out, but we clearly see that there's patterns and there's a connection with a lot of stuff, right?
Yeah.
I think the connection is the Most High and his children. I honestly do. And things are around that. Again, religions were created around them. The Bible talks about that the world will, be against them, for them to forget who they were. But then when you look at it, every day here on YouTube, on Twitter, Black people are why do they hate us so much? Why does everybody hate us so much? Well, the book tells you why. It absolutely tells you why. They know who the hell we are. We just don't know. Some of us don't know who we are. You wonder why things are happening to you because you think because you're black. It might not necessarily happen to African. It might not necessarily happen to somebody from the island. Some of it's just spiritual. Like they can feel your spirit, I think. I don't know. This is just what I believe.
I gotta ask you, and real quick, we 3 hours and 35. I know you ain't expecting to go like this now, but at the same time, we 3 hours and 30 minutes in, 35 minutes.
I'm ready for you to bring the link out.
I was just about to ask you. Do you want? We ain't got to. If you, do you want to drop the link? Do you not want to? It's on you.
I don't care.
We're gonna throw the link out there for the people so they can come ask questions accordingly. I want the people to know if y'all out of order, we're gonna call y'all out of order, and if I call y'all out of order, we ain't giving warning nothing like that, man. We just gonna throw you off the damn show, man. I'm just telling the truth. So just be in order if y'all come up here tonight. You know what I'm saying? We'll drop the link. It's in the chat now.
I know how to ignore people or not answer them or say whatever.
I gotta tell you this, sis. I gotta tell you this. This has been fantastic. This has been absolutely fantastic. Everything I thought it was gonna be, and then some. I gotta have you back because these are the type of conversations I think people be nervous to have. I think they're scared to have some of these conversations.
I think it is too because it. And again, I think at the end of the day, we just have to respect one another in their opinions. I'm not trying to sway anybody to be anything because we all are going to be who we are, right? So at the end of the day, for me, everything is just conversations, and some conversations don't have to be had. Sometimes you could just say, "I ain't got to answer that. I don't want to talk about that." Whatever.
We got the great brother in the building, man. We got Troy Graham in the building. Troy, be in order, brother, respectfully. Just be in order. That's all we ask. Troy Graham, man, welcome to the show. We got the great sister Shawa. She up here. She cooking tonight.
Hey,
Troy, what you got going for us tonight, my brother?
How you doing, Dub? I'm sorry, sister. I did not catch your name because Dub was talking while you said your name.
Shawa.
Shawa, yeah.
Oh, excuse me, Shawa.
Shawa. Okay. Yeah. I just have a quick question. I've been hearing this since. What does last days mean?
The days before the Messiah returns and Zion comes down to the earth. Or actually, but it's
okay.
It's deeper than that.
It's a nasty time though. We'll just say that. How about that? That it's the last days for the people.
Because I've been hearing that since I was a child.
No.
Okay. Say it again, Troy. Say it again.
I've been hearing that since I was a child, and I've been hearing that since I was a child about the last days, and no one ever really could. What is it? The last days for the people. That was my question to you. Y'all have a good night.
Yeah, for the people who are going to be destroyed, it is. And it says only the few make it. And nobody knows who that is. But it does involve, your faith and your commitment to the Most High.
Yeah, I kind of see it differently, and then I'm going to jump off. I see it as, you as a person, you go through something and you have to wash away those old ways, which are the last days of you being like this. And then you transcend into something else. And that's how I view the last days. It's just you.
Wait a minute. Wait.
Washing away.
I'm trying to understand.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just trying to get an understanding of what you're saying. So you're saying you shed the old man and you turn into something new?
The old person, yeah, person.
Well, I mean, we do get renewed.
Yes.
Yeah, you do get renewed, absolutely, and you get a new perfect body, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you're renewed in the sense that
you get
a new heart, and a heart meaning a new mind, and your mind is you already have his will built in. You know what I mean? So you're righteous. You're the thing that we try to strive to be in this life. You get to be all that. You don't have to deal with the even the thought of sin or backsliding or whatever, people want to call it. So you are renewed in the end. When you get to Zion, you are a whole new being. You may still be your own self, but you're perfect in spirit, body, and in mind, right? And you rule over the earth.
I think we have an understanding based on what you said, but yeah, that was just my view of it. That you become at a certain time in your life, you just have to transcend and become a new person. You have to, or else you just become a walking dead. You can't keep doing.
You're saying, okay. You're saying at a certain time in your life, not like it's it's an actual cataclysmic type of last day. It says it's the last.
I'm not talking about
though.
The spirit of the. Yeah, but because I wasn't talking about death like if you die like a physical death. Sometimes while we're living, we have to die a different type of death, and we're reborn with a much better understanding, a much better outlook on life.
I understand that as well.
That's what I was speaking on. But
okay.
Right, so have a good night.
You as well, Troy.
Shout out to Troy Graham, man. Right. Shout out to Troy Graham.
Yeah. Blessings to you.
So I gotta ask you this question, sis. I gotta ask you this. Did you have fun?
Yeah. I don't know. I still feel like this was a little bit here, there, and everywhere. But yeah, I did.
That's normally how it happens. It normally happens that way. Hey, it ain't always gonna be perfect. But
ain't nothing perfect. Not a thing.
But I think you've done a hell of a job tonight.
I don't know how I feel about that.
No. I'm seriously like given and I had these questions. You ain't the last person I'm asking these questions, so I say that respectfully. And so I think the way that you've explained them, the way you went through the timeline of your upbringing, your family life, the good boxing knowledge that you done presented to the people, and then the great education you done provided as far as spiritual knowledge, as far as and a different perspective that a lot of people don't know. A lot of people don't have, like I said, shout out to Claudette, because I had somebody to kind of ask these questions to, kind of had an understanding of what may be said, what may not have been, that type of thing. But everybody don't have that.
It's a little hardcore. I think a lot of people see it as a little cultish. So be it. But yeah.
I mean, well, if we gonna call Catholic, we could call Catholics cults then, if that's what we gonna go with it. But I don't think it's cultish as long as you ain't sacrificing nobody or no dead sheep or nothing like that. As long as you ain't got that going on.
But that's what the Christians used to do.
I'm just telling you. You in order. You in order around here.
Okay.
So I want to thank you. I want to tell you, man. I really appreciate it. And you can't have this conversation with everybody. I can't. I know I can't. And one of the reasons I said I was so interested in talking and conversating with you is because we done kind of had the conversation, but we got a chance to go a tad bit more in depth, and we got to have you back because I think there's even more that we can go into in depth about. And the next time I'm gonna have you back. I'm just telling you, and if you allow it,
it's a lot deeper. What all I would say is, for people to just try. Because the thing is, we all have read the Bible, so we say, right? But sometimes you read it again and you get a different understanding. Sometimes you get a tug and a pull in your spirit, and you're like, oh man, you know, don't just skip over it. Find out how you're supposed to precept it, and it gives you the greater understanding instead of just saying it's this or it's that. Maybe you should try to read it. And because the thing is, there's a certain group of people, like I say, you read it and you're like, oh my gosh, I understand this. And it's not that meaning that you get from the church. It's not the same understanding that you get when you read. You're like, wait a minute, who is this talking? You know what I mean? It's a lot of things. It's a lot of things. And I was gonna just say the time ain't totally fulfilled. So clearly there's still more people that are supposed to be called.
The next time I had you on, and I gotta have you back. I got to, because like I said, you can't talk this with everybody. So what I plan to do, I'm gonna send you a list of certain topics, and I'll let you choose them, and we just gonna talk about it. You know what I'm saying? I always say I think I'm very open minded, and I love different perspectives. I love hearing. I'll get up here and talk about this all day. You know, that's just how I am. But at the same time, hearing somebody else, especially as knowledgeable as you are, hearing your perspective on it, I think it's fantastic. And so, go ahead.
Rick Timms.
Rick, hit the link, man. Go on, hit the link, Rick. Hit the link, Rick.
We're okay because he's doing this thing. Heru was born of a virgin. Where is the actual evidence of that? Where's Heru's body? Where's his virgin mother's body? Where is the evidence aside from what you have read on the walls? Like, where's the evidence of that? So that's what I'm saying. Yeah, there's links and there's ties through everything. But you know, like I said too, though, he never existed. But you just said everything I've typed is backed by visual proof. Okay. I don't know. It is, like I said, I don't have a problem with Rick. My neighbors is going nuts. Okay, so yeah, I don't have a problem when people believe. Like, if you believe in Heru, then that's fine. But yeah, again, none of that stuff is any more tangible than what the Bible is saying, in my opinion. Unless you can produce a body. You just said there he never existed, so I don't even know what we're talking about. Why? Okay, I don't know.
Oh, hold on, wait a minute. We got my brother in the building. My brother done pulled up straight from the sunny side, man. Here we go.
Come on, Rick Timms.
Shout out to my brother, man. Straight from the sunny side, man. If y'all don't know now, you know. This the big homie, man. We got the great brother Rick Timms in the building. Rick Timms.
Hello.
What's going on, fam?
How you
Salute
doing?
to my brother, man.
Hey, no, check it out, man. I know y'all about to sign off. What I meant by that, Shawa, as far as Heru, who the Greek white folk renamed Horus, when you go look on ancient Kemetic walls, you see the original creation story. You see all these biblical stories and storylines that our ancestors etched in stone, yet they knew were not true historical people. Heru, his daddy Asar, his mama Aset, who they renamed Isis and who they renamed Osiris. Our ancestors knew those people never existed. But the white man regurgitated all that and renamed Osiris as this god and Isis as Mary and renamed Heru as Jesus. That's my point. That's where the origin of all that stuff comes from. It comes from our black minds that they just totally revamped and redistributed under European ideologies. is so fucking deep, and it's so heartbreaking how they've brainwashed us for hundreds of years, and all we do is we live off beliefs. Beliefs don't move the needle.
Okay.
You either know or you do not know. You know, that's
Okay,
all I
so
was saying.
let me ask you some questions then. So,
Okay.
in saying that, then, because you're saying that this is the epicenter of where these people have started creating all these storylines came from, right? But you also said in the same breath that the African people did not believe that these were actual real people.
No. They knew that those people never.
So
Nobody ever walked on water.
So what did they believe in?
That's the key thing. We got to get out of the belief program. It's about knowledge. It's about what you know, not what you believe.
Just a story? It was just a story?
No, you're right. We can believe anything we want, but that doesn't make stuff true.
I need you to not be frustrated because I'm trying to.
Oh no, I'm not frustrated.
Okay,
at all.
Then what would be the purpose of that story being on the wall? Is it, that's what I'm saying? It was just a story for the people?
As far as the whole biblical aspect is right over wrong, good over bad. You know, that could be used as good teaching tools. That's the only thing I can say the Bible is worthy of. However, when you try to say these people actually walk this earth, when you say somebody walked on water, gave sight to the blind, died and rose again, all of that is total fiction. It's total fiction. And that's a hard pill for us to swallow as black folk because we are naturally godly people. We are spiritual though. And that's why religion feels so real to us because we are naturally connected to the sun. We are cosmically connected to the universe. So that's why we have supernatural encounters. And the white man have done a perfect job at disguising our African spirituality into his religion.
Okay, let me ask you something about this universe, right? Where is the universe? And now this is a serious question. Where is the universe?
It's everywhere. You look up in the sky right now, everything black, all that melanin.
All that melanin, that's right. So let me ask you another question. So why is it that the sky has never changed as long as we've been on this earth? If there's a universe this big, huge out there, and I believe that there is, but why can't we access that universe? Like everything in the sky has been the same from time immemorial.
You know what? We as the higher power, this universal essence that is beyond our human comprehension can't be deciphered. It's beyond our mindset. You can't explain it.
So you do believe there's a creator?
I know.
Okay.
I know there's a creator.
I'm just trying to get where you.
I know.
What you believe and what you don't, because
I don't associate with beliefs. You either know or you don't know. See,
well, I don't
have to listen. Watch this. Watch how I phrase this. See, I don't have to believe in God because I know there's a creator. I know there's a creator. I know it.
I know too.
But see, the white man's religion have got our minds so muddled in their patriarchal mindset that we have lost connection with our original African spirituality.
I don't think everybody was an African. I think life started in Africa, but I think melanated people belong to every land mass on this earth. So that does not make you African. Yeah, Australian.
This whole
melanated
earth was all black people originally. This whole globe was originally all black folk.
Absolutely.
So you can say Africa or not.
African. All of them.
All melanated beings was here first. We were.
Hold on. I got a question real quick because I think both y'all agree, and y'all brought up melanin, right? I remember the conversation. I done had this conversation with I think both of y'all, and both of y'all spoke on the specialness of melatonin. You know what I'm saying, in our skin, and how it represents something more than what we understand it to represent. So I want Shawa to go ahead and cook on that point real quick as far as melatonin go, and then we coming to you next, Rick. Go ahead, sis.
I don't know exactly what you want me to cook on, because
damn, I'm getting a phone call.
Oh, you can go ahead and answer, I guess, while I try to muddle through melanin, because really they haven't. No one is if they did know exactly what melanin was fully and completely, there's a certain group of people that have hidden that, and now they're trying to figure it out themselves again. But we do know that we do need the sun. So I agree with him there. I don't do sun worship or anything, but we absolutely need the sun as melanated people with melanin, because it heals us, it feeds us on a cellular level, it protects us, which is a whole nother thing. But man, it's used for batteries. I told you that they're farming it. They are KILLINGing us for it. So I'll let Rick.
They need it.
Yeah, they absolutely need it. They need it. Especially
see, check it out. Right. Why they numbers are declining rapidly. They can't procreate at the same rate as us. You know, those recessive genes are bad news for them. See, the white folk have melanin. They just don't have as a high percentages that we do. See, they pineal glands calcify by the time they 18 to 20 years old. So yeah, I mean that there's no more melanin dripping for them, and our melanin as melanated black folk has selenium. Their melanin has sulfur, and that's why they decay and decline at a faster rate than us, and that's why we black don't crack. I mean, we so lit and we don't know it.
And
it's all by design.
They try to destroy our pineal gland. So this is why you hear black people saying don't drink water with fluoride in it. And aspartame, they're saying soda pop, because these things kill. And it is true. It is your third eye. It is what gives us perception beyond what our eyes and
it gives us spiritual perspective or perception.
It also gives, but I mean, I think it also gives you beyond spiritual. Like, let's say you are in a predicament, because we were natural people who lived among the land. So if we were in peril, I think that this particular gland also gave you, as well as our hair, it gave you this extra sensory, because we're different. We're awesome. That's
I might need to set this. Hold on. I might need to set this up where we get Rick and we get y'all on together where y'all can have this conversation.
I need Rick to answer the questions though, because he be
go ahead.
He be getting I'm not saying you're mad, but I really am. I'm trying to understand. So I know that there's a God, and when I say I believe, these are really things I feel like I know. But I'm trying to understand what it is that you know. But as far as, like I said, so if these people have these things on the walls, do they mean something, or are they just stories?
I mean, the whole aspect of the afterlife, about weighing the heart against the feather on the scale, all that is etched in stone. You know, that's where they get the concept of heaven from. And this whole concept of hell didn't exist until Dante's Inferno. I mean, so much of this stuff is make believe that we unknowingly accept and swallow as truth, but we've accepted a lot of this stuff just by faith alone. I don't want faith. I want facts, because white folk do lie, and they've lied mightily with this whole religious stuff, man. It's so deep, it's so heartbreaking, and it's so unpopular to hear, because we've been so conditioned for so many generations, and when something goes unchecked and unchallenged, it's eventually just accepted as true.
It's true. But here's why I'm gonna disagree or give you a little pushback, right? Because there are books still in existence that are older than when they really came into power and had the ability to totally manipulate. We still have a record of where they changed the meaning of words, right? Also, these people are not bright. And I know you don't buy into but the Bible even said they're going to put a dumb people to
Who wrote that?
The Lord over you.
Who wrote that?
It was not them. Every word in that Bible is, like I said, it has been manipulated. But every word in that Bible
manipulated. It's been revised.
Let me finish, because I did say that earlier. It absolutely has been manipulated. They do this stuff today in our very face. But you still have to understand, and I know we're not dealing with the smartest people on the face of the earth. There's information that they didn't destroy that you can access today, which maybe they should have if they're really trying to hide everything. This is how you end up having two versions of something that's older, and then you have their newer version, their revision, right? That's all I'm saying is, in that Bible, yeah, they did manipulate parts of it, but all of that is not manipulated. Not all of it. Not every single last word of that Bible is manipulated. I don't think the creator...
I agree. But none of those people mentioned in the Bible actually walked this earth.
I don't believe that.
It's total allegory. Where's the proof of those people? Every single person mentioned in that Bible is total fictitious. Your ancestors who predates that Bible by 4,100 years, they steady digging us up. Proof of their existence. Show me where's Moses' body? They got the tomb of Moses over there in Israel. They got the tomb of Solomon. They got the tomb of David. You can go visit them in Jerusalem right now.
Okay,
they empty.
People lie.
There's no bodies
talking
there.
About the worst liars on the earth, the worst, liars. No, you don't believe anything they say. I don't believe nothing that these people say. And the Bible told us that Moses, nobody's gonna find his body.
Exactly.
The Most High buried his body for a reason. Yeah, because he didn't want people to start
where David's body?
It was a God. Huh?
Where David's body then? Where's Solomon's body? Noah. None of them. No bones, no teeth, no hair, no DNA has ever been found on one person mentioned in the Bible.
David was buried in a particular place. It does say where he was buried, but it ain't
where's
where
his bones?
Saying, because the Wailing Wall ain't even what it's supposed to be. But that's them people. Them ain't the real people in the first place. So why the hell do I care what they say? The thing for me is for us to find out where is that place, because Israel.
It's all shrouded in controversy. They say grave robbers stole the body and reburied it somewhere else.
Because those people do that stuff. Do they not do it? They do it over there in Africa. But the point of this is that Israel was not even a land until then people went over there in 1948 and took that land. They originally were going to go to Uganda. So I don't know that is the true Israel. So I don't, like I said, here's my thing. I don't believe them people. I study to show myself approved. There are people out here that look like me and you that are trying to find out what is the true landmass for the people like myself who believe in the Bible, who are Israel. Because I don't believe that land over there. I think that's North Africa. I know it's North Africa.
Absolutely, it's Northeast Africa. But we know that Suez Canal, they changed shit up. It's all for their benefit, man. It's all a part of this global indoctrination, man. It's so deep.
There are documents of 1400s that say that the Reed Sea is in California.
Reed Sea,
not the Suez Canal, which again is man-made. So this is what I say. I don't count out anything that anybody says. I don't like to just knock down. I try to have an understanding for my puzzle so I can put things together. There are a lot of people out here. This is another reason why I never said this, Dub. I don't debate. I don't like debates. I think as Black people, we should be putting our heads together to find out what truth is. Because when we're debating, we're sitting up here arguing about what we think we freaking know. Instead of getting down to the bottom of something, if we talk about it, we could figure some stuff out.
But I think that, and this is just my opinion, the conversation y'all having right now, I don't think this is a real debate.
I'm not debating him. Absolutely.
No. I think this is a fact finding venture where we're comparing the facts that we've studied. You know what I'm saying? And I'm listening. Y'all see, I ain't said too much.
I'm just trying to figure out what Rick Timms knows. I'm trying to gain understanding.
That's it. All right, that's why I love listening to both of y'all. That's why I think we gotta have both of y'all back on this show together. We gotta have y'all back. Respect.
The only literary evidence of this character named Jesus comes from the 4 Gospels. Okay? And all 4 Gospels have a different depiction of this resurrection.
But that would be normal if me, you, Shawa, and let me see who in the chat. And hold on real quick. If we all seen the same thing, right, we will all have a different account from our opinion of it.
So
I would write it a little different. I would write it a little differently than both of y'all.
But see what they have in the big secret, the whole New Testament was written by the Piso family. Not Matthew, not John, not Luke, not Mark, not these European white boy names who would burn the fuck up in Northeast Africa. But Matthew say 2 or 3 women came. Mark said 1 woman came. Luke said 7 women came. Some of them saw an angel sitting on a stone and rolled it away. Some of them got there, the stone was already rolled away. I mean, one of them even say they got there and the tomb was still sealed and the angel was sitting on the stone. And the angel tell him, what y'all here for? Jesus ain't here, he gone. Well, how he gone and the motherfucking tomb is still sealed? He ain't even rolled the stone away yet. It's so many contradictions that we are conditioned to just flat out ignore and blindly believe by faith alone. It's so deep. And Arius Calpurnius Piso is the true author of the New Testament. But see, when I say this type of unpopular stuff that the masses haven't done the research on, I'm looked at foolishly, and I'm so used to that. You know, I'm so accustomed to it. But it is what it is, you know?
I've heard this before, but beyond that, and sometimes I think them same people who you feel like manipulated, which they did, information, also throw out stuff like that, because at the end of the day, the creator does have a people. He does have a particular individual he put on this earth to bring his children back to him. So whether you think it's Jesus or whatever, you think he don't exist, some individual did exist. I don't really care about the particulars of how he died and came back. I know
if Jesus, they call him the 16th crucified Savior. You got 15 folk predates Jesus with the same storyline, the same attributes.
Predates him.
How does that make Jesus? Absolutely. Before this Jesus character was invented in the year 325 AD at the Council of Nicaea, there was no mention of Jesus. It was Serapis at first. They created Serapis into the Jesus. So the bottom line is, how can Heru and Krishna and Buddha and all them have the same born of a virgin, walk on water, gave sight to the blind, was crucified and rose again? That story predates Jesus. So how does that make Jesus original?
When was the Council of Nicaea?
325 AD, 318 Catholic bishops under the rule of Constantine.
After the death of the Christ?
No.
Yeah, AD?
No.
Yeah. BC would be before.
Oh, I'm glad you said that. Watch this, Shawa, since you want to go there. Watch how I stump that. So, Jesus was supposed to die at the age of 33.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the historical so-called scholars have him dying in the year 30. Okay. If he died in the year 30 and he was 33, do the math. He would have been born in 3 BC. How can you be born before yourself?
Absolutely. That totally makes sense. Yeah, how can you? But again, who are these people?
See, it's not BC before Christ. It's BCE. It's before the Common Era.
Who are these people? And who was in the Council of Nicaea? Like, you have to also understand
Constantine.
Whether or not
Constantine actually existed.
There are people who want to undo the information, and as well as we know for a fact that these people have changed timelines.
And the letter J didn't even exist. The letter J didn't even exist back then.
I know that. That's why his name ain't Jesus. I know this. I'm just saying, these people have done on purpose to remove him.
And okay, why does Jesus' death change every fucking year?
That I don't know. And again,
that doesn't make sense.
Like that, I don't really even necessarily have
because it's all fiction.
Hold on, how does it change every year? When you say that, how does it change?
Because Easter Sunday is different every fucking year.
Well, first of all, that is not a holy day. That's their
holy day.
People changed times and they changed days. They did that. All these holidays that y'all celebrate, which is why I told you I don't celebrate
none of this shit.
Those were originally holy days, and then what they have done is attached the little God gods to them, and they have made it also to where they make money off of them.
Hold on. So you saying they attached the pagan religion to, well, not to say that specifically, but the days they attach those pagan.
I mean, if you understand, okay, even the word pagan. I'm just. These people have done so much. And again, this is like I say, with etymology, with timelines, they changed so much. Pagan originally, okay, think about this. The Catholic Church did what during the Crusades? And I'm asking you, Doug, because you are familiar with Christianity.
You said
the Catholic Church did what during the Crusades?
Well, they killed. First off, they killed during the Crusades. The second thing, they burned.
Who were they killing?
Well, it depends on the stories that you read and that you listen to. But
they were killing Black Israelites. That's who they're killing. When they're in Spain, there were Black Israelites. Like all this stuff is, like I said, stuff is documented that we don't read. So just like Rick Timms is saying, there's books that talk about different days of the death or how they move the death. And even the Bible, people question that the 3 days like that, the timing is off. So like I said, there are so many things. I don't necessarily myself particularly, I don't mess with that because it's not, to me, it's not for me to believe that or not. I do believe the Lamb was here before. Just like I just told you, we were all spirits before. The God that y'all call God, the Creator, before He made this earth, we were all spirits. The Messiah was one of them. So was Lucifer. So were you, and so was Dove. This is my thing. So there was a Messiah, and there was a plan. And this is where we talked about Dove too. That yes, He knew what was going to happen. And that is His son. Whether Rick Timms wants to say he was 33 when he died, I don't really care about that because I know these people manipulate that information. They don't want it to be a savior for a particular group of people.
Man, Black folk, we look our savior in the mirror every day. We our own freaking saviors.
Okay, we are to a degree. I agree with that.
Absolutely. When you look your savior in the mirror every freaking day. Ain't nobody coming back to save our black asses.
Okay.
How many people have died waiting on this Jesus return?
That's irrelevant. Y'all, and that's where y'all get caught up. That's where y'all get caught up because
everybody knows
this. Yeah. Because here's the thing. Don't the Bible tell you that he's not this fluffy, and that's where you believe what white people say. That God is supposed to be all this nice, good. He's not. He's a God of war. He's a God of love, and there's a time for all things. And people are gonna die. You die from your sins.
When did we get this Bible? We got this Bible when we was in chains, when they was changing our names and our traditions, our whole culture, and that was the only. Why was that the only book they gave us to read? That was the only book they allowed black folks to read while we was in chains. If the evil white man giving us their religious book while we in chains, how can that be for our good?
So let me ask this, Rick. Let me ask this. I gotta ask this question. In this situation, are you saying that these stories weren't documented before they were written down in the Bible?
But the majority of the stuff absolutely predates that Bible. That's my whole point. They didn't regurgitated our African mythical stories and regurgitated us under European ideologies.
So you think Abraham was a mythical?
Abraham never existed.
Okay. So Adam and Eve didn't exist?
Hell the fuck! If Adam and Eve was the first two people on earth,
they weren't the first two people. You must have missed that.
That's what the Bible say. The Bible say those the first two people on earth.
No, it don't.
We talked about this earlier. I know we talked about this earlier.
We said that they created man before they even created Adam and Eve. The Bible clearly says that. That's why I said
it's total allegory. I read it, and it's filled with contradictions and inconsistencies that we are conditioned to ignore.
Okay.
You speaking on it now. How you ignoring a lot of those contradictions? Oh, I'm gonna leave that alone. That's not for me to think and know about. That's ignoring logic, and that's how we've been conditioned. We don't want to address that shit that don't make sense to us, but I'm just gonna hold on to it because because Jesus said so. It's so deep and it's so heartbreaking. It's so deep and it's so heartbreaking.
So I don't do anything.
It's so it hurts, you know.
There are
they found God within ourselves, man. We all
I
are
still
God.
believe God is within me, so that's what I'm saying. And just like you said, you look in the mirror.
You're a goddess. I'm a god. Rightside is a god. We're all gods.
Then why don't
we just don't know it?
Here's my question, little God. Why don't we get ourselves up out of this condition if we're God?
Shit.
Why?
I escaped that brainwashing. And you know what?
But you're saying that we're gods. Why are we in the condition that we are in as gods? Then where did we go wrong? Why don't we get ourselves?
I'm glad you asked. We accepted that Bible when we were in chains.
There's plenty of black people who don't believe in the Bible, so why are we still in the condition that we're in?
Because of deceit and violence. That's why. Because gunpowder. Because gunpowder and guns overrule spears.
Absolutely.
That's why.
What does that got to do with?
That's how we got into this condition.
But why are we not out of it? If we are gods,
we outnumbered
and everybody don't believe in that Bible. It's a whole bunch of black people.
We outfunded. And you know what? Why did the white man give us the Bible in the first place? While we was in chains. I'm finna tell you why. They gave us that Bible solely to quell insurrections because they learned the slaves won't run away and won't fight as much if you get them on our religious platform. You get them believing in Jesus and waiting on the Lord and knowing you got heaven waiting on you one day. They became more docile. They didn't fight as much. They didn't run away as much. And that's what happened. But that's a proven fact. That Bible watered us down. It really did.
There's plenty of people who do not believe in the Bible today, and they are not in any better condition where you can talk about guns and spears. But if you don't believe and you don't buy into the Bible, then you should be able to rise above and bring your people above their station. I don't understand why we were still here. But because the 1%, the Bible says, then I do understand because it actually fits the condition that we're in.
I feel the same way about Islam.
White people is not smart enough to have predicted that in my mind. That's just me. Mm-hmm. They didn't know. They didn't know that a certain group of black people were going to start waking up and figuring out that they felt like they were the children of the creator of the earth. Like, they didn't know that. Why would they say that against their own selves? I know there's
they even put that in. They put that in their book. They said one day people gonna start going against it, and hold on, because when people gonna start disagreeing, people gonna start. All that's written. They knew what the fuck was going on. They know
smart dumb people.
They know how powerful we are. Right. They know how powerful we are. We don't. They study us. We don't study them. They study us. We don't study them.
Hey, I want to ask this. Can I ask this question? When it comes to black people, and this is kind of off of religion, and we 4 hours and 30 minutes in. Shawa, I told you, I didn't know how long this thing was gonna last. It always go like this though. But when it comes down to black people, and I think with some of and I know what the statistics will tell you. But as far as retaliation, those type of things, we're some of the most kind people that the world has ever seen. One of the reasons, if you go back and look at history, that the white man was able to take over certain tribes in Africa, those type of things, is because those individuals were so kind and giving. They welcome. They welcome and wanted to help.
Right.
And so, do y'all think we've been taken advantage of? As the
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's when we had folks from different tribes, being held on our side, that was temporary. But when we start trading them with the white man for guns and different goods and shit, the white man lied and said, all right, we gonna bring them back, but they ain't bring them back. Through lies, deceit, and violence is how we got here.
So I believe, and I know Rick loves that word, that the people that were here in America, because I don't subscribe to being an African. I actually do believe that I am an indigenous to the Americas, and
absolutely.
So those people were the same. I mean, and the reality is they are the same people, but they're not because of the years of being removed from the original place of origin. So that's who they found here, and those people were kind and loving, and they showed them how to work the land. And they were betrayed. And there was actual, the Arawak people went from the Canada all the way down to Tierra del Fuego, which we know is what is the Antarctica, which it wasn't always ice, and they were all melanated people here.
And we got to get into Antarctica. We definitely got to do a show about that. But I want to ask this. I want to ask this. So, with us being, well, first off, what in our spirit makes us that nice, accepting, want to show you how to live out here type of people versus what's in their spirit? What do y'all think it's about the spirit? Do you think it's about the way that we were raised? Do you think it was culture? Do you think it was the lack of what's the difference there? What's the dynamic that happened in that situation?
Hey, prior to foreign contact, we didn't have anything called jails, or we didn't have that type of shit going on. We didn't have this evil backstabbing, no good, just savagery. And white folk are literally descendants of savages. So they introduced us into this violent, this gruff nature where you double cross and you don't mean what you say, you lie, you steal. We learned all that from them.
Yeah, I agree with
Stop me when I'm wrong.
That's what the lack of the pineal gland. That's what the lack of the pineal gland does, though. It turns you into a savage. That's why it's exactly. the lack of compassion, and they were like that with each other. Now I don't totally agree that we did not hurt each other. I believe we definitely were tribal. I don't think it was to the extent of what they do though, and we definitely wasn't drinking out of our ancestors' skulls and digging up dead bodies. We don't do that. We've never been that type of people, but the savages were, even though they wanted to call us savages.
Exactly. They done robbed and raped and murdered the whole freaking world, but got the nerve to call us violent.
Do y'all consider yourselves historians?
No, but you don't either, do you?
I do.
You do?
I told you from the beginning. One of the reasons I wanted to talk to you because I wanted to hear your breakdown of history. I told you that. And one of the reasons I love talking to Rick, I love hearing y'all break down the history. Y'all are much more knowledgeable. And I find myself, I done studied a lot of this stuff, but y'all can always bring something to my mind that educates me.
See, that's the whole thing. Like I was saying about the puzzle and not debating. I think if Black people would get together and talk to each other and try to understand each other and what one knows and what another knows, you put that information together, you can probably, because we are smart. I mean, we're genius. We could solve what history we actually don't understand. I honestly believe that.
This is one of the reasons I love to have a conversation.
Right.
Go ahead, Rick.
What our issue is, we are so fragmented ideologically throughout this Western hemisphere and our original motherland. I mean, they have mind fucked us so badly that you got black folk that's Buddhists, you got black folk that don't really do religion, you got black Christianity, you got black Hebrew Israelite, you got black Hindu. I mean, we so spread out that we'll never be able to coincide as one big force again.
Never say never.
All you can do is associate with like-minded black folk and proceed with ease. Because everybody is not privy and everybody is not chosen for this type of information.
I don't agree.
It's not for everybody.
Because the thing
is for everybody.
They're always
real quick, let me
out. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead, Shawa. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say there's always gonna be people who are gonna stick to whatever they believe in. But again, I don't think you should ever close the door to a core group of black people who are willing to come together, like I said, gain an understanding. And you said fragmented. It doesn't have to be that way. If people will come together and talk and
That's
come
the
to
reality
understand
of it,
and research and get to the bottom of the actual truth. And then, but you're gonna have people that'll stay Buddhist, that'll stay Israelite, that'll stay this and that. But I think as a whole, we could be stronger if people would just decide to talk to each other.
I want to ask this question. Shawa, I want to ask you, and Rick, I want you to respond, because Rick said something that was powerful, and you said this earlier, sis. Everybody's not called to understand this information, to have these conversations, to be a part of this bill. And so, and so I want your opinion, because I think y'all are saying some of the same things, maybe a little different.
But it's on different.
Right. That's why I said. Hold on. But that's why I want to bring it up, because it's the same verbiage. It's the same concept in my mind. But at the same time, I think y'all coming from a tad bit different spot as far as what y'all saying.
I ain't gonna lie, that made me feel crazy. Cause he said,
Let me give y'all, I got the perfect illustration for that. See, when the universe picks you, you put on the magic glasses. And when you put on these magic glasses, there's rules that come with them. You can never take them off. You see things the way they are, not the way they appear to be. And you can never force anyone else to wear them. Everybody can't be chosen, man. This type of information is not for all black people. They can't handle it. When you go down this rabbit hole, Rightside, you go down this rabbit hole, is no coming back.
Rick, I just said the same thing about being an Israelite.
That's why I said this is
I'm
prime.
saying,
That's why I'm asking the question.
And that's black people. I don't know. I'm just saying. I said everybody ain't gonna make it too. Yeah. Sure.
But that's the beauty in what y'all are saying, is that even though y'all coming from different points of views, but it's y'all saying, man, everybody not gonna receive the knowledge. Everybody can't have the conversation. Everybody, they're not gonna be privy to it, according to y'all. And I always say, I don't know.
Different stances, so
right. It's two totally different stances, but it's the same thing. It's the same thing in my mind, right? In my mind,
it's not the same thing though, because he don't believe that there was ever a Messiah, and he don't believe that there's a Savior. He believes you save yourself. But if we were to rely on our own selves, we're gonna be forever in this condition. But ye
are gods. But ye are gods.
Yeah, that doesn't change that we are gods.
It don't mean that. And the thing I love about this concept of having both of y'all conversate is I'm sitting here listening. I'm like, okay, this kind of line up. It ain't the same. It ain't the same. But it line up. It line up. Right? And
I mean, the whole...
Hold on real quick. The beauty is that even though it's two different thought processes, the conclusion is still very similar.
Yeah, and somewhat, but see this whole Jesus thing, it's even derived from it's derived from the winter solstice. That our ancestors know that sun, that blazing ball in the sky is what keeps this world alive. Without that sun, this whole world would turn into a fucking ice cube, and life on it will not exist.
That sounds
we knew that sun is our power. That's how grass grow. That's how the animals feed. I mean, that's how.
That is a tool that the Most High put on the earth. But you feel like you worship the sun. Are you a sun worshiper?
Hey, I sit in the sun 22 minutes a day, butt ass naked. I get that vitamin D. I get that free vitamin D.
I know you do. You didn't answer my question.
No, I don't.
I like sun too. Hello.
The sun is our best friend.
Do you worship the sun? Are you a sun?
No. I totally respect the sun. I respect nature.
I think
but see, December 22nd is where this whole Jesus dying and coming back come from. Because on December 22nd, that winter solstice, when the sun stopped moving and stopped going on that downward trek, that's when it stops. And it be darkness. And when that sun came back, that's when they say the sun was born again on December 25th. So why do all these God men, why do they say Jesus' birthday is December 25th?
Because they're liars. He was born in the
Buddha, all of them. It's heartbreaking, man.
I don't know. I don't follow this the seasons like y'all do. I don't follow the same months.
Hell no.
I don't.
January 1st is not the new year.
Dying I don't subscribe to that. I mean, like I said,
I don't subscribe to any of that
I'm not
stuff.
the run-of-the-mill Israelite, but it is what it is. Actually, I don't know Israelite that subscribe to the Jesus. Those are Christians. Those you're talking about Christianity. Christianity is definitely made up by them people.
Israelites use the same book, so y'all Christian too.
It's the same book, but it's a different understanding. This is why
it's the same thing. Y'all can change his name all y'all want. It's still fiction.
The book also tells you that the oracles of the Most High were given to one people. This is why they have a totally different understanding. If you listen to the world and Christians, which Christian is the biggest religion, right? Or is it Catholicism and Christianity, right?
They the same thing.
I know it is, but the whole point is the Bible clearly tells you that them people, Christians, Catholics, Muslim was made up to, just so y'all know.
All of it.
It's all made up, but no, it came from one place. It came from one place, and it is not the walls of Africa. It's not.
Man-made.
So look. Real quick, I gotta say this. We're getting ready to shut this thing down. Okay. We about to be 5 hours in.
Yeah.
So, but man, I got both y'all information, so I'm gonna hit both of y'all. I think this is a fantastic conversation to continue.
Oh, Lord.
I know. Hey, if y'all don't want to do it, just let me know. I ain't got no problem.
I don't mind Rick Tibbs. I think we'll come to an understanding. I'm gonna believe what I believe, and he's gonna know what he knows.
The greatest thing is, what y'all don't realize is y'all educating me. When y'all go back and forth with the conversation and can bring out these different points, and y'all got it. I didn't study this stuff, but y'all got it at y'all fingertips much more than I do.
I really don't want to.
No, y'all doing. This been fantastic. Rick, let me get your last words. I gotta let my sister close out. This her show tonight. So,
all right, good deal.
Let me get your last words, my brother. And if y'all don't know, man, this is my brother from the sunny side, man, of Houston, Texas. You know what I'm saying? That's the big homie right there, man. Salute to Rick Texas.
Yeah, man. Hey, this was fun, man. Hey, these type of dialogues are not popular upon the masses, and it's for a reason. You know, Shawa have shared a lot of truth, and you know, we don't have to agree on everything, but the whole scope of it all is the mighty love for our people, and that overshadows any religious indoctrination that can be spoken. You know, my love for black people have skyrocketed since I gave up that white man's religion, because I understand how the brainwashing is so freaking effective, but we unknowingly embark in this type of dialogue and this type of religious platforms, and it's like, oh man, it's just heartbreaking how these white folk have muddled our minds and have us thinking so differently when it's all one big black family of love, and nothing overrides my love for my people than any kind of religious indoctrination. You know, much love to Shawa, you Rightside, folk in the chat.
Hey, Rick.
My people is my people.
Hey, Rick, look. Hey, you still owe me an interview now. You owe me one, because let my sister, she gonna pull up on you next time. So she gonna listen to But
that's
Rick,
real.
Hey, man, much love and respect. Shout out to the sunny side, man. You know what it is, my brother.
Yes, sir. Uncle Life, baby. Much love, y'all. Peace. And that's the real peace sign. Not this. That's the white folks started that in the 70s. Our folk represented oneness. You go look on ancient Kemetic walls, you'll see all this, you'll see with that type of peace sign. But that's another story.
That's why that's why I always gotta get my brother up here, man. I always gotta get my brother. Shawa, I gotta tell you. Look, we 5 hours. We 15 minutes from 5 hours.
Yeah,
I knew it was. I said it's gonna be a while, so I'm gonna keep it short on this piece so we can get to this piece. But I didn't expect this. But it's been a fantastic interview. Did you have fun?
Yes, I've had fun. At first I was saying, it was fun.
Hey, you did a heck of a job. You represented you and your family fantastically. Came on knowledgeable. Man, I just appreciate you allowing me to have your time. And man, let the people know what you got going on. Give them your last words. And thank you so very much for allowing me to rock with you. And for you to come rock with Rightside, man. Rock with Rightside. So I appreciate it, sis. I really do.
Okay, first let me say thank you, and I appreciate you for having me on your show. Shout out to Rick Timms. I think a lot of times, sometimes I get into it people a little bit and they think I feel away. I don't. I really want to just understand and gain understanding. Yes, I do believe what I believe in, but I'm not just some stick in the mud. Anyway, what I got going on, not much. Just boxing talk mostly. I would like to start getting into my pro-black talk, because like Rick Timms, I do love my people as well, and that's about it. I'm not really
hey, all we ask for over here, we just look for an invite, man. Just let me know what you got going so I can pull up. I already got the whatchamacallit hit, you know what I'm saying? YouTube be tripping with the notifications. I ain't gonna lie to you, but
I go spontaneous. I'm gonna start making it so that it's I put my thumbnail together and give people time.
Man,
I get a schedule. I don't know. That's not my style.
It's hard to get a schedule around here on YouTube. It's hard to get a schedule. Look, hey, things happen spontaneous. I didn't expect to interview BVO last night. I didn't expect it, but you do it. You know what I'm saying? It just kind of happens. So,
matter of fact, Rick Timms, we want to see your interview. Most definitely.
I told you, Rick owed me an interview now. Rick owed me an interview. I done talked to him about it already.
And I won't, maybe at the end I'll get
you gonna pull up. You gonna pull up.
No, I had a very good time though, and I appreciate you, Dev. I did enjoy myself. This was different, and I liked it. It was cool.
I appreciate you, man. Like I told you before, you're a very interesting person. And I always tell you, look, hey, never undersell yourself. You bring more to the sport of boxing. You bring more to YouTube than you can believe. And there are times where, sometimes I just need to go kick it for a second. And if you live,
you be kicking it all over.
Hey, I don't know what you think. I done stopped putting up on panels like I used to.
Did you?
Hey, look, you told me, you said.
You're always welcome on mine.
She said, "Dude, man, go to sleep, man. What you still up for? You
because you told me hostage. That's not you. It's Steph Brown. Held me hostage on my own panel. But again, you're always welcome on my channel.
Man, appreciate you.
For those that don't know, I have an open panel. So usually, whoever, if I see all these people now, y'all can come up there. I just talk boxing, and opinions are opinions. It is what it is. But thank you again. Blessings to you and to your chat. I appreciate you.
Hey, man, I appreciate you. And, man, this was fantastic. I had a good time myself. So I appreciate you, sis.
Okay. Good night.
Peace.
I'll be in the chat.
Man, hey, look, man, we done had a great show tonight. You know what I'm saying? My sister came up. She showed up and showed out over here. You know what I'm saying? And as we always do, because some of the people in the chat, y'all have been out of order just a tad bit. And I just got a question for y'all.
You smoke crack, don't you? You smoke crack, don't you? Look at me, boy. Don't you smoke crack?
Yeah, I be looking at the chat sometimes. I be like, don't you smoke crack? Respectful. I say that respectful. I love y'all. I love y'all, man. But at the same time, sometimes y'all be out of order. But even then, when we talking boxing, y'all think y'all some of the best and some of the most knowledgeable, and y'all be walking around.
Hey, there he is. What's up, you dirty bastard? Who's this? It's me, you dirty asshole.
Then I asked you if you ever boxed around in your life in the ring, and you tell.
Well, let me ask you this: who was the best boxer ever, in your opinion? I know you're a boxing expert.
Me.
You? You're the best boxer ever? Mm-hmm. Well, who'd win in a fight, you or Mayweather?
Me.
Okay. You're better than Mayweather. Okay.
Yeah.
You or Mike Tyson?
Mike Tyson is a He's scared of me.
Seriously.
But then, my brother, shout out to Rick Timms, man. We always got to put respect on his name, because when he come around, y'all, some of y'all think he like, nah.
The fucking nobody?
That fucking nobody is John Wick.
And my sister Shawa, she was looking at you.
I heard you struck my son.
Yes, sir, I did.
Yeah, may I ask why?
Yeah, well, because he stole John Wick's car, sir, and killed his dog.
Oh.
I'm just telling you what was going on in the chat. I'm just telling you what was happening. I be looking at some of y'all, man. I be watching. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, man, as long as you ain't got hair grease in your eye when you get in the ring, then you might be in order. And you might not have to say some of the things that, shout out to the great young brother, Tank David. You might not have to say some of these.
What happened? I just got my hair done 2 days ago, and she put grease in my shit, so the shit was like, like when you sweating and things like that, and the grease come in my face, it burnt my eyes type shit. Damn, why y'all booing like I'm saying bullshit? Like, this is real facts. Come on, man. I just got my hair done 2 days ago.
Wait, the wheel is gone!
I just got my hair head done 2 days ago. I just got my head done. And she picked grease in my shit. I just got my head done 2 days ago. I just got my head done. I just got my head done. I just got my head done 2 days ago. I just got my head done. And she picked grease in my shit. I just got my head done. 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 Why y'all bored like I'm that bullshit? Like this is real fast. Like this is real fast. Y'all bored like I'm that bullshit. Like this is real fast. It burnt my eyes. Like this is real fast. I just got my head done 2 days ago. I just got my head done. I just got my head done. I just got my head done 2 days ago.
I ain't gotta let nobody know nothing about boxing around here because they understand, or excuse me, not boxing, about the chat because they understand the chat. Most of y'all
say more people don't know shit about boxing, they don't.
And I mean, it is what it is. And then y'all get up there and y'all
No.
Rough on him now.
No, he needs to know.
Okay.
He's always crying.
But at the end of the day, man, we had a great episode. And shout out to my sister, man. Fantastic knowledge that she kicked tonight. Talked boxing. Gave a great or a great story about how she grew up and what she's gone through. Y'all make sure y'all go sub to Shawa, man. She's doing a hell of a job over there with the boxing coverage. I can't wait for another interview with the great young brother Keith Cologne. You know what I'm saying? So y'all make sure y'all go sub to my sister, man. She's doing a hell of a job. And man, I just appreciate everybody who came through. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my brother Rick Timms in the building for showing love. Shout out to Troy Graham for pulling up as well, asking the question. He was out of order with his question, but that ain't nothing new. So just know, man, we all over here, man. You're rocking with the right side.
Bud Crawford is a fight fan, and he's a fight fan's fighter.
The Ennis Express is a runaway train.
Ain't no pressure when you built for this.
Man down, round one. The truth hurts.
Ladies and gentlemen, presenting the undefeated super flyweight from San Antonio, Texas, Jesse Bam Rodriguez!
The universally recognized undisputed lightweight champion of the world, Devin the Dream